Our hearts beat to the city streets. We began to feel the fire. We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals, they take us higher. The night's young and it's just begun as she puts her hand in mine. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. Now the morning is the afternoon. We lay awake in bed. The laughs so loud as the hours pass. We're gonna do it all again. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild.
Good evening, or well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where in the world you're checking in from. So, I'm Stina. Well, the corner kind of says, let's say, I need to do it opposite. I'm mirrored. Eventually, I might learn it, but I still need to get used to the webcam actually mirroring me. Good evening. Hello, Charlie. Nice to have you with us. That's absolutely wonderful. I am not alone at this evening. So now we need to make sure my program doesn't crash. It did not like that. So we'll try to do it differently because I was thinking that I could hook up my laptop with a cable, but that failed. So yeah, instead we are basically still wireless. That's how it is. It's 11 a.m. in Western Canada, and she's making a sandwich so she can watch Nietzsche with one hand while she crochets. That's a great idea. I had dinner. I was late done with work. Unfortunately, IT fixed my computer, so I am back at working, and I had some overtime. But I'm still happy to be back. Definitely happy to be here. I just need to relocate a few things to ensure I can actually easier follow the chat. So please give me a moment while I move around on things here and hopefully not wrecking too much of my table. Because I had moved things around and that definitely didn't work for me. And now I'm moving things around again. Because eventually maybe I'll get a setup that works for me. This might. Like this. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I'm really happy with my Darjeeling shawl. It's still here in the box next to me. I haven't had time to block it yet. Depending on when I stop streaming tonight, I might end up blocking it tonight and have it laying for tomorrow, or I'll do it sometime tomorrow morning, and then it's gonna be laying on the block for usually I'll try to do a day or so. I absolutely love it. I really do. I'm super happy with it, and I definitely want to make a new one, except that's not going to be the next one I make. I have a few others I want to make first. But yes, it's gorgeous, and I'm still surprised how much yarn I had left, right? Like, I could have probably added a row or two more if I wanted to, and still make it sort of look nice. So maybe I'll do that if I want to make a new Darjeeling with the same yarn in the future. We have a few things that we need to get going in this live, because I want to get the poll up running, because right now it's still a tie for my next drops pattern. So I'm gonna get a poll up running for that. And of course, I'm here with my tea. We are, so far, it just seems to be just a few of us, not many popping on yet. I'm here with my tea, of course, as always. It's an evening tea now. And it is my Dream Flight tea, which is a loose tea blend from a local tea store in the city, which is like 7-8 kilometers away. So that's like, what, 5 miles? And so yeah, I have this loose tea blend, which is a Dream Flight. And the contents here is, well, it's the description of the tea is: take a flight in this beautiful black tea with a saffron, sunflower petals, cornflower petals, and strawberry leaves. It's yummy. It's really yummy. It's this sort of sweet taste yet fruity. And a black tea. Yep. I have a few projects that I grabbed with me as well. Have some yarns. Did have a yarn talk earlier today for those that's not watched it yet. And in that yarn talk, I also mentioned we need to have a poll going because we need to choose my next drops project, because I just finished one. And what I've actually done to kind of help us is that I'm going to post a poll. And then I actually uploaded photos. So via my streaming software, while we're here, we can take a look at each for us to kind of say, this is this, this is this, this is this. I also have the yarns here next to me in my box with all my drops yarn, which is this tote. Because then we can take the yarns out and look at them as well for when we're going to choose this pattern. I have no preference. I just need to do one. I did already pre-select a little bit because I have more than the 5 patterns that I put up for the membership poll. And therefore, I was like, what do I actually want to make? And I optioned to remove anything that related to tops and shirts because I have a personal project going on and I'd like to have actually make something I might be able to fit later on. Therefore, I want to option for shawls, ponchos, hats. Yeah, shawls, ponchos, hats, basically. And then I still had too many of those. So within those I chose 5 that was the most likely. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna prepare for this poll. So give me a minute because I didn't do that yet. And we can add choices here. Sweet. Now I just need to figure out how I work on this. Give me a moment, please. Give me a moment. What did I do? Need to find my community tab because that will be the easiest one. Yeah, let's just call it Spearmint Poncho. Then we have Thoughts of Ireland Shawl. And we have Sweet Caress Cowl. I guess it's a cowl because it's more like just around your throat. That should be a cowl, I would say. Cowl. And I'm throwing up. Please don't vote just yet. But I'm throwing up the poll. And okay, I can just I'm not sure if I can pin it or if it's just popped up. But we have a poll up running now. And before you start voting, what I want to do is I want to change to, this one, and then what we have is we have the membership poll. So right now, up here is the membership poll. Up there is the membership poll. Sorry, it cuts a bit of my face out, but or head. We have the membership. Oh shit, we don't. I didn't change screen yet. I get why. Give me a moment. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I forgot to add input audio to that one, which is pretty stupid of me. How could I forget to add audio input? I would say that's probably the one. Yeah. That should be the one. Let's try again. Do you have audio now? Please tell me you have audio. I hope. You should have audio now. This is the membership poll up there. If you have audio, you should be able to see it, right? Audio, hear it. Let me know. Else I need to watch the video with audio. That's gonna be funky. Yes! Awesome. So the membership poll up here, as I said, we have here the Capelina Bucket Hat 0. We have the Spearmint Poncho, 33%. We have Thoughts of Ireland, 33%. Water Pearl, 0. And Kara Sweet Cowl, 33%. That is a 3-way tie. That means I still can't choose because obviously we haven't finalized what choice. So what I have done is I have taken the 3 votes. So we are either gonna make, or I am either gonna make the Spearmint Poncho, the Thoughts of Ireland shawl, or the Sweet Caress Cowl. The 2 others have been eliminated already. So what I'm gonna do now is that I'm gonna remove that nice image like this, hopefully. No, it didn't. It should have. Okay. I get how that works now. Well, I'm learning still my streaming software, so please be patient on that. So if I turn it on again, will it still only be one side? It will. Okay, cool. Learn something new. Cool. The first vote is, well, the first vote, not the first option in the poll, is the Spearmint Poncho. Ta-ta! We have the Spearmint Poncho right there. I need to be opposite, so, well, so yeah, sorry for it's cutting a bit of my face out, but there we have the Spearmint Poncho. That's the first option. It's more like a short poncho. It's not like a long poncho, and it's made in the Drops Muscat yarn, which is a Merseyside cotton, which I have obviously here as well. I could actually, now when we're sitting here and talking, I should maybe just find the yarns instantly. And I'm debating if I should get on more light, but we'll see how that's going to go through the evening. And sorry about that. That's actually not too bad. Okay, cool. This is I'm just gonna pop that away again for a minute. That's a spearmint poncho. Boom, boom. This is a yarn reserved for it. Have a little note here saying the pattern name and the yarn itself. So, and we will discuss, of course, and have a look at the patterns later as well. But the yarns for that poncho is, as I said, the Drops Muscat Mercer-sized cotton. You have it here in this, and I don't think my camera does this yarn justice right now, because it seems a bit lighter on camera than it is. It is a more like when I go close, it goes a little bit too light, but here it's a little bit maybe more true to color. It's a minty color, basically. It's mint. And what I am gonna do, I think I could give you one to look at, and then I'm gonna tell you a bit about the yarn. Let's see. Ta-ta! The Drops Muscat is, as mentioned, a Mercer-sized cotton yarn. Drops classify this as a Group B yarn, which basically is a bit like a DK weight, towards a DK weight. It's a yarn Group B, as mentioned. So they recommend 4mm needles. They say it's a 50-gram skein. These 50-gram skeins, that's so 1.8 ounces to 100 meters, so 109 yards, and it's 100% Mercer-sized cotton. There isn't much more to say about it. It's a colorway 3. I have 8 of them, which should be enough to make the poncho. So it is a Mercer-sized cotton poncho, basically. So that is this bag, and I am going to move this away as well because that's going to be in the way now. Just a moment. So after that, it is very pretty yarn. It is. I'm really looking forward to work with it. I have it as well in white, which I made a bucket hat of last summer, or summer hat. Really enjoyed working with it. Slightly ever so speedy. Hello, Susan. Welcome to this live. We are just going through yarns and everything related to the poll up there to help me choose my next drops pattern. So let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you the poncho. That is the plan. I don't know, Susan, if you reached to see this Drops Muscat yarn or what happened, but so the spearmint poncho that I'm possibly, well, I'm gonna make them all eventually. It's just a question of what order. And that is the spearmint poncho. Mercer-sized cotton is a cotton that's been treated in a way that makes it a bit shiny. This cotton is, I wouldn't say super soft, but it's not stiff either. It's more like it's more like a smooth cotton due to the surface, and you can see that it's slightly ever so extra shiny compared to other cottons. So that's basically the Mercer-sized, gives this extra shiny look. Next to that, the following poll option is the Thoughts of Ireland, which is a shawl. And here I have 5 skeins of alpaca yarn in here. And again, I have my nice note telling me what I'm supposed to use this yarn for, because when I bought all this yarn, I had made up, I'm going to make these and these projects with the yarn, and therefore I instantly made sure I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Because I have so many projects laying around that I need to make sure that I have and remember all my projects. So the Thoughts of Ireland shawl is looking like this. Haha, I still need to get used to pointing the right direction. But that's a shawl, Thoughts of Ireland. And the shawl I'm making is in the exact same colors as a use for the pattern, which is this alpaca yarn from Drops. So that is a woolen, well, alpaca wool. So that's an alpaca mix of yarn. So I'm just gonna remove this image again. Then I am gonna pop back so we can look at the yarn. I think it's a cute label with this alpaca on it. Drops alpaca, and it's the Drops alpaca mix, because this yarn is not completely green. It does have this sort of heathered, if I can get it to actually focus. It has this heathered look. It's green with a heathered, like I would call it hay green, hay yellow-ish going through. And it feels awesome. This is soft, my friends. This is really, really soft. And I'm like totally not. The camera jumps back and forth. It doesn't like all this. Let's talk about this gorgeous, gorgeous yarn. The alpaca mix from Drops is a colorway 7238, and this is a yarn group A yarn, so that's the thinnest yarn they have. So that's like fingering weight, sport weight, fingering weight, however you want to look at it. They recommend 3mm needles or hook, or C hook basically for US. They say weight is 50 grams, so that is 1.8 ounces to 176 meters, so 183 yards. It's 100% alpaca, so like there's no mixture here. It's 100% alpaca yarn, and it feels so sweet, soft. It's really a very gorgeous yarn. And if you have no allergies for animal fibers, I can warmly recommend you to get a hold of this yarn. It's really ever so gorgeous. So that was one as well. And then the last option is this poll is the cowl, and I'm just gonna, because I'm talking a lot, obviously, gonna grab myself a drink. That tea is still lovely warm. Then we have the Sweet Caress, which is a cowl. So the cowl, unfortunately, on the photo doesn't really show the pattern very well, but it does show there is pattern. And again, none of these patterns I read. No, I didn't read them through. I just found them and I thought they were amazing, and I bought the yarn, and I'm gonna probably be challenged. I do apologize for having my head half cut off here. But that is a Sweet Caress, and I am going to again pop that one away and go back and say, look, I have a bag of yarns that's meant for this one. And this is also alpaca, so it's the same, except this is a unicolor. So this is the alpaca uni, which is this gorgeous sky blue, baby blue. It's a colorway 6205. The same yarn specs as the other one, except this isn't heathered, right? This is just a solid color. Feeling wonderful. This yarn, I have two of them, and I have two of the Drops Kit Silk, also in unicolor, because you have to double hold a alpaca and a kit silk to create the cowl. And this kit silk is mohair and silk, and this is also ever so soft. But obviously, if you have allergies with animal fibers, this is not for you. This is also some of their more expensive yarns from Drops, obviously, because it's kit silk, so it's both silk and mohair. Let's talk about this one. It is soft and luxurious super kit mohair and silk. In the unique color, which is the colorway 7. They recommend 3.5mm needles, or these are 25 grams, which is 0.9 ounces. So they are like half the weight of the other ones. So They only weigh half, right? And 210 meters, so that is 230 yards, 75% mohair and 25% silk. And it's ever so soft. Like, this is nice. I cannot wait to work up with this yarn either. So it's like, I get to work with both alpaca and kit silk. Like, win-win is my thoughts. So I like to work with all of the yarns, and I have the opportunity to work with all of the yarns. So that is the 3 possible patterns where I will start on one and hopefully have the first few stitches done for next week's yarn talk video, because in this live today we're going to get the pull in for which of these 3 projects are we gonna work on. So that was basically my general idea. And if you guys are coming with input later, or you're joining the stream later than when we started talking about these projects, please, please, please tell me. I'm happy to show them again. But we are a small little group of select people that's hanging around. And I think that's because we have a bunch of people that might be at work, or they are off today, because in America, obviously, yesterday was July 4th. Happy July 4th to everyone in America. And maybe they have their day off and spending the time with family, or just sleeping out or whatever, which is awesome. Anyhow, I'm just happy to be able to hang out with you guys. Yeah, so what else can we chit chat about? I need to start a project. I need to work on a project. I have my morning projects as well that I crochet on, because obviously I didn't reach actually this morning to work on it all. Well, not this morning, Wednesday morning. I didn't reach to do my 2 rows because, yeah, ran out of time. It was so nice with you guys Wednesday morning. Charlie said she didn't see the pictures of the last 2 because she was making a sandwich with her puppy. Well, I don't mind re-showing them. So if you hang on, then the Thoughts of Ireland is this one. You just heard of all the gorgeous yarns, but that's the Thoughts of Ireland. So that's a bit more of a lacy, but a circle shawl. And then we have the Sweet Caress. This is the Sweet Caress, which is a cowl, and I expect the Sweet Caress based on the yardage needed for the individual projects. That the quickest one to work up is probably going to be the Sweet Caress, and the punch is probably going to be the one that takes the longest. But I don't care. Like, you choose what you want to choose, and once that project is finished, my members get to pick again which project we will do next. That is kind of how I've been doing this so far. Or that's the plan I was making of doing when it comes to my drop yarns. I have more drop yarns next to me, but not for projects that was elected to be made. But yeah, that's cool. No worries. So I could actually consider working a bit on the Varus shawl, because eventually I need that done as well. But I also have, and I made that as an option, I have this cake that I need to start work up for the Ichor shawl. And we aren't super chatty right now with everybody. So I do have time to easily keep track of chat and do some crochet. So I either should start on this to do the foundation of that, or I should pick the easy route and I continue working on my Varus shawl, because eventually that needs to be finished as well. I do want to leave the poll running for a bit. That that just makes most sense. Right now there's just 2 votes, so right now we are still sort of tied. You're not making it easy for me. Definitely not. So I either start on the foundation of the Icor shawl. That's option 1. Or I proceed on my Varish shawl. Or I finish. I could also do that actually. I finish that first row of my Firefly sweater because I didn't finish that Wednesday morning. But what I did do since then was that I did weave in the ends of where I joined yarns. Because I do need to work the last 3 quarters. I didn't reach to do that during the live, and what I also need to do is, I can see that now, I need to add a stitch marker so I do not forget where I started or stopped increasing. That's pink. I can probably do another pink. That would make sense. Not the same colors though. Why don't I have the same color pinks? That's weird. That's what it is. Not too important. I have this little box with stitch markers, and actually it's an old peppermint box for those that's seen all my giveaways. This is a different type of box, but that's where I keep my stitch markers in. It's awesome actually for that. Let's see, we have people joining in here. Hello, Teresa. Absolutely wonderful to have you around. I am happy to see you. And yeah, that would be that one. And we have Lulu. Welcome. Hey, lovely to see you, ladies. Ladies, we are having a poll, and before I continue crocheting, I should show you guys the photos of the poll, because the poll we are working on is which drops pattern do I need to do next? And everybody that's attempted doing drops pattern know that they look amazing. They're absolutely horrendous to read and to actually work out and figure out, but it is possible with a little bit of puzzling. And I am apparently ready for a new challenge. So what I'm going to do now is to quickly, for those that just rejoined, we can always talk about the yarn. If you want to go through the yarns, I'm happy to discuss them. We have alpaca yarn from Drops, we have kit silk from Drops, and we have some Drops Muscat, which is a Mercer-sized cotton. So yeah, let's take them from the end. This is the first, which is the spearmint poncho, and that is in Mercer-sized cotton, option 1. Up in the vote. So if you feel like giving me a vote for a pattern, and you think this one would be awesome for the my next make, then that is the spearmint you need to vote on. Then I am gonna go from spearmint to the Thoughts of Ireland, which is this gorgeous shawl. And the colors I have for all these 3 projects that we are is actually also the colors suggested in the patterns. So the image she's holding here right now is basically also the type of yarn that I will be working it up with and should be close to ending with, theoretically, right? So that is the Thoughts of Ireland. And the last one is the Cowl, which is a Sweet Caress. And that is alpaca's kit silk held together in this absolutely gorgeous cowl. And it almost looks summer friendly here. It is airy. So yeah, that would be the 3 possible choices in the poll if you want to hit up that poll and give me a vote which project I should do next. And then we will see. I can pop this one out, that one over, and I'm back with you guys. So what I wanted to say is I did add a stitch mark where I finished increasing, and we need the last 3/4 of a row, which I didn't finish Wednesday morning when you guys were around. Lulu was also around then with us, and yeah, I didn't finish it. So I decided I'm actually going to finish that row here and now, because that was the goal, but I didn't do it. So then it's done at least. and we are kind of ready to do another 2 rows for next Wednesday morning when we go live. So yeah, right now we are basically just crocheting a bit and hanging out with you guys. And if you are new to the channel, if you want to vote, you need to hit that subscribe button. If you want me to show the photos again of which projects I should do next, let me know in chat and I will happily show the projects or even go through the yarns again. I have the yarns straight next to me. We can discuss them individually if you really would love to see some yarns. So Lulu says she's listening a bit and hope everybody's having a great weekend or had a great weekend. Well, last weekend was awesome, and this weekend is hopefully going to be awesome as well. Because I am home alone for most of the time, and then Sunday I will have to go to a place named Valkenhuizen here in the Netherlands, where right now it's the Dutch Championships, and I have to go pick up a team medal, which I competed in with our ladies team at the club, because we became champions, which is awesome. I chose not to compete this year at the individual championships because I still have issues with my feet. I am now on a training schedule because the doctors right now believe the issue I have with my feet is that due to COVID, not only due to the fact I've had COVID, but due to the COVID period, I became rather inactive, because obviously I couldn't go train. They locked everything down, and I also gained some weight. And I got a job, which made me a bit passive in my movements, because I sit behind the screen 40 hours a week, like stuck. Like I can't walk away because that's also how busy it is at work at the moment. And yeah, then they think that the muscles strength in my feet needs to get trained, and hopefully that will sort my issues with the pain when I'm standing for longer periods of time. So that would be nice if that actually works out, but I don't know until a couple of months because it's a training regime I need to do for the next 3 months, and then they will have to revisit if it helps, which is kind of okay because the next 6 weeks, so like next week Friday the club closes down for the summer vacation. So there isn't that much to do. And thus, henceforth, I will have a vacation from training regardless, and I have plenty of time to train my feet and exercise a bit and get a bit more active, hopefully, here over the summer. And for those related to my work situation, and who know that I wouldn't say completely between jobs, but they know that if you have been following me, you know that I will be let go in from my job, and now we have a defined date, and that is the 31st of October. That will be my last day, and then depending on contract, if I need to have vacation before then, etc., etc. So we will have to make agreements on my departure contract, which is negotiated and will start within the next 2 weeks. And then once that's settled, I can look for a new job if there is anything that's reasonable for me. But I can't start looking for a new job until I have the contract signed, because if I get the new job before I'm insured of my redundancy plans and schemes, then I lose out of my severance pay. And basically, I would like to get money for being fired. Well, being fired, it sounds wrong. I'm being let go because they have no more work for me, because the company or the client moved all activities to a different country, which sucks a bit, and I wasn't gonna move for it. So I'm being suggested I could try rolling my feet on a bottle, like glass pop bottle, or I can't read that. I need to get that one up. Moment. I hope it's not fucking up the whole thing like last time. Please. Now it wants me to log in and all that stuff. I'm not going to do that. Or a water bottle. Yeah. I do have things like tennis balls are also awesome, but I have like a full training regime for it. You know, like with elastics and all that stuff from the physio, there's this nice explanation as to I have to pull my feet back and I have to whip them forward and I need to spread toes and I need to like grab as if I was trying to pick something up with my feet, but it's important that I don't do it on the side, but stick like sideways. So yeah, I know how to train them. It's not sure this is the solution, but it's a possible solution to the issue that I've had for the last almost, well, a year and a half, um, which is kind of sad because it's made me enjoy my sport a lot less because I've not been able to practice. And competing in generally, when I have been competing, has been painful. Um, I did participate in the team competition because I knew that two other ladies would benefit from me shooting. And I thought it would be a bit ridiculous. Also, the competition was at our home range. So my transportation time was almost close to zero. Well, it was 10 minutes, 10 minutes away. So that would seem a bit ridiculous not to do. Um, and of course the opportunity to be like to know that as long as I did compete, we would likely as a team end on the middle, on the middles. So therefore I did, but I don't enjoy it because it's generally a painful experience right now, and I just, you know, I don't really. I would say I do care a bit lately, but as such, I don't care what the solution is as long as I can enjoy my sport again pain free. So that's kind of my goal, right? That would be really nice. Oh my goodness, Susanna, you're up late, lady. You're up late. It's like in the middle of the night for you. So thank you for leaving your thumbprint and finger mark. And before you jump off, lovely lady, we are having a poll right now for what project I should make next. And I will show you the shawls if you just hang around for 2 minutes and give a poll, and then I'll be really, really happy. Then you can help choose what I should make. The first option is this spearmint poncho, which is made in the Drops Muscat yarn, which is a mercerized cotton. Gorgeous. And then we have the Thoughts of Ireland, which is made in alpaca mix, which is 100% alpaca yarn, also from Drops. Gorgeous shawl, gorgeous shawl. And then we have the Sweet Caress cowl, which is alpaca unicolor, so 100% alpaca combined with kids silk. And kids silk is a 75% mohair and 25% silk yarn held together. So that's the three options. And now you have the opportunity to leave your thumbprint in the poll in the chat. You can see there's a poll running, and the one with the most votes, basically, that will be my next Drops project, and I do hope to be able to start on that sometime, maybe this weekend. It kind of depends, because Sunday I will be a bit absent. Tomorrow I do have to make, actually, I'm going to work on some content for this channel, so I'll be recording a couple of videos for future me, so to say, which I hopefully that you will all enjoy. But yeah, let me know what amazing project I should work on next by hitting that poll, and I can see that we are getting votes in that poll. There is some uncertainty, but there is still a tie. There is a two-way tie right now. I'm not gonna end this. So the poll, I will end it at the very end of this live. And I don't actually have plans for today, which mean that I can hang out as long as you would like. More or less. Unless that somebody wants me to join their life later. then they are free to pop in. But I'm here for a couple of hours. Almost done with that row. And what I am debating is I should maybe make an extra row because I need to make 15 rows for this morning project. And the goal is to make 2 rows every morning. And then I need to prepare for the sleeves, which means that if I finish this, so I finished 2 rows almost, and then I do a third, I have 12 rows to go, which is still 6 weeks before I can start on the sleeves, right? Because the general idea is to make 2 rows in my morning tea lives. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna add 1 more row, and when I'm done with that, the project will be put away and it will sit and wait for Wednesday morning. Actually, in about 4.5 weeks' time, I won't be around on the Wednesday because I'll enjoy a bit of vacation. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So Susanna tells me she voted. Thank you. I think it would look lovely as well. I don't know if it's my colors though, but yeah, I like the poncho as well. I always like it's a good thing. And ponchos are good, shawls are good, cowls are good in all the each and the other way because they don't differentiate if you lose a few kilos or not. And I'd kind of like to see if I could drop a bit here during summer. We have a favoring Thoughts of Ireland right now. But again, as said, we have 9 votes. This can still change because I am here for a couple of more hours. At least I'm here as long as somebody wants me to hang out and feel like chit chatting with me. So yeah, I'm still here for a bit. Definitely. But yeah, that would make absolutely logical sense for me to turn around this and do this row. Because then I only need to do 6 times 2 in my morning tees. And then I can prepare for the sleeves without necessarily needing to do that during a live. Because that's not going to be a good idea to read patterns while trying to keep track on you guys, at least. Being present, I don't think that's a good idea. For those that joined late, my tea today is the Dream Flight tea, which is a loose tea blend from a tea store that is about 5 miles from here. So that's about 7 to 8 kilometers. Last time I went there, I couldn't find it. They had moved the store. And they did have this poster in the window being like, we moved to this and this address, and then it was explained that it was just on the other side of the street. Like I turned around and I was so blind, I couldn't see it. Like, I don't know how, but yeah, I just couldn't see it. And then I walked a little bit and I was like, oh, there it is. It was so subtle, so I almost couldn't see it. But hopefully that doesn't mean that people will buy it because, of course, I would like to keep the tea store there. It's a coffee and tea store actually, so you can also get coffee beans there. But I don't drink coffee; it makes me nauseous. So that is why I am a big tea drinker. And yeah, that's maybe I don't know if they would actually mind if I would record one day in there, but I don't know. Another option I could consider, but I'm not sure if I have time for that anytime soon. I wanted to go to some stores again and just do I wouldn't say shop with me, but doing a let's go check them out, see what they have these days. because I know some of you guys really like the local stores shop tours that I do. Because I guess it's different yarns. Where at the same time I'm like looking at you guys and being like, oh, there's the Hobby Lobby tour, or there's the Joann's tour, or there's the Michael's tour, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like, I don't even have a Walmart that has lots of yarn. All our bigger stores, which would be, I wouldn't say if they're similar to Walmart or Kroger or something like that, they don't have yarn. Like, and if they do, they might have 3 balls of it or something like that in 3 different colors. So, hello, Gwen. Nice to see you. So you just poked in, which means that I can get to show you all the projects that we can vote for in the poll, because what I have is I have this poll going on, if you might have noticed. And I need help to choose what next projects I'm going to work on. And yeah, let me go through those with you. The poll options. Here we have Spearmint, which is a poncho. It's like a short poncho thing. And this is made in the Drops Muscat Mercerized cotton. I have that right here. Oopsie daisy, here. This is the yarn used for it. Same yarn as the photo shows. Then we have the Thoughts of Ireland, which is a shawl, and that is made in 100% alpaca yarn. This mixed heathered color, so it's green but a bit heathered with hay yellow. And then we have the Sweet Caress cowl, and that is made in the alpaca unicolor, held together with the Drops kit silk. Let's see there. So that is 100% alpaca and 75% mohair with 25% silk, held together, creates that lovely shawl. If you haven't voted, hit the votes, hit the poll. Please vote. At the very end of this live stream, we will have a decision, hopefully, as to what I will do. And if we still have a tie, I guess we'll have to make another community post to help me decide, or I just get the veto of deciding, because I'm so lucky to be me and I can decide everything, or something like that. That would almost be the next poll, I guess. Yeah. And I am working on my firefly sweater. Oh, I forgot to remove this lovely Sweet Caress. And I'm working on that because I did not finish the row Wednesday morning. Charlie says she's living in a small remote town and therefore her wool mat sucks. I don't even think that I'm in a small remote town. If I go, let me just a moment, need to have some directions. If I go, which would gonna be wrong because it's gonna show opposite on the camera. So if I go that direction, probably more like that direction. If I go that direction for 10 minutes now, 10 to 15 minutes by car, so that's about 5 to 5 miles, 8 kilometers. I will be in the city of Nijmegen, and that is about 100,000 citizens. And if I go in the other direction, though a little bit more like that direction, I think. Jesus, that direction. I can't figure it out anymore. I'm all I'm all messed up. If I go in the opposite direction, I'll have a little bit longer, more like 8 to 10 mile, no, more like 8 to 10 miles. So that would be 10 to 15 kilometers, probably closer to 15. I don't know. I'll have the center of Arnhem, and that's also another 100,000 citizens. And I'm just in the middle of between here where I am. We are about, I don't know, 13 to 15,000 citizens. But we don't have any yarn stores in my little town. I will have to go to the bigger cities. And yet, they don't have that many specialized yarn stores either. You need to be a little bit more lucky to find and catch them. So that is also one of the reasons I order a lot of my yarn on the internet. And I've enjoyed doing unboxings of yarn. But they will probably be a bit less here in the future, depending on things. The first thing I need to do is I need to go through some of my yarns because I do want to sell some of the ones I have. And yeah, have to see. We're making projects for some of them as well. Who knows? If there's buyers for it, they are absolutely welcome to purchase some of my makes. I need to consider future tutorials. I tend to enjoy shawls, so that's probably a part of where I'm headed. Also have some yarn laying for a hat I want to do, but that's more like for winter hats. And recently I started to enjoy working with chenille yarns, like for plushies and so on. But I like to do a bit of everything. I seem to enjoy everything. So if you are crocheting right now, what are you working on? Let me know. What are you currently working on? Are you working on anything special? I am almost done with this row. I'm a little bit more than halfway, actually. Maybe not as much as I thought. 3/5. So I still have 2/5 to go. Then we will have to do something else because then this project gets stashed away for my morning tea lives. But yeah, what are you working on right now? And what would you like to see me work on next in the poll? Charlie is working on her tank top. That's nice. What yarns are you using for it, or what colors? I'd like to make some tops, but I've kind of postponed the idea for a bit. Hopefully to take a bit better care of myself. Hello, Miss Deppy. Wonderful to see you. And she's working on a knitted tank top. Oh, that's also a great idea. Knitted tank top. Again. Yarn. What yarn? What colors? I'm curious. I did have some tank top plans with some of my drops yarns, but as I said, I postponed them for a bit. Right now, at least. Oh, gorgeous. Hobby Shadow in black to dark purple. Oh, that is gorgeous. I think I actually have one of those black sultan cakes upstairs in my stash. That is gorgeous yarns. Absolutely gorgeous yarns. Dragon scales, yes. Dragon scales. That's what I've made gloves from. But you can also easily use dragon scales for baskets or for shirts, etc. Of course you can. It is a bit it's a more of a heavier stitch because for each scale it takes up more, of course, but that's just something to keep in mind. So it's a bit dense, so to say. But it's gorgeous. Dragon scales are gorgeous. We are getting closer and closer to the end of this row. And then the big question is if I should pick up my virus shawl, which I have next to me, or if I should start on the I-core shawl where I need to do foundation stitches and everything. So, Debbie is knitting in Yarn Bee's Soft and Sleek Decay in a pretty in a peacock. I'm hoping it won't be too warm, but I wanted to use something from my stash. That makes sense. On the other hand, if it gets a little bit warmer, then maybe it's something for a slight chiller summer day. Pretty in peacock. Is that the colorway or is that the pattern? I need to Google that. Give me a moment. I definitely need to Google that. Soft and sleek, pretty peacock. Problem is, it's a colorway. The problem is if I get similar yarns, blah, blah, blah. I can't see it because it is from the Hobby Lobby website. And they deny my access to the website because I'm not in America. Which totally sucks. So I can't even see it. Unless I'm so lucky to find photos of it somewhere. I do have some Yarn Bee yarns upstairs. Could that be it? I think I found some on eBay. But it doesn't show it. Too bad for me. I guess that's just not meant to be. That's sad. Well, Hobby Lobby doesn't like me because I'm not in America. And I do not have a VPN that will change me to America either. I just typed in Yarn Bee Soft and Sleek Decay and then hit images. Maybe. I'll try. Be soft and sleek. Alright, photos. It's a low pull yarn. That's nice. I think that's good because that makes it easier for you to wash it. But it doesn't really come with me for colorways, actually. I'd like to see the colorway, though. But they do have some nice ones. I get all in mood. I wish I could get some of those American yarns a bit easier accessible here. So I'll need to do like yarn trades with somebody. Well, if you're in love with some of my European yarns, I guess we can always try to work out something. Thoughts of Ireland is currently taking the lead. I can imagine it sounds like Pretty in Peacock sounds awesome. It does. I like peacocks. I really do like peacocks. They sound gorgeous. It sounds gorgeous. It really does. Ladies and gentlemen, if any gentlemen are watching, it would be most appropriate to address both. Ladies and gentlemen, what project should I start on in 5 stitches? Should I start on the Varishal, which I'm currently working on? That is like my TV and stream and easygoing project. Or should I actually make the foundation chain for the Ico shawl and start working on the Ico shawl? You have the opportunity to influence my next project that I will be working on this evening. Oh my goodness. This last stitch is always such a struggle to catch, but I think we got it. There we are. I finished that last row. So I now only have 12 rows to go for the back piece. Let's see if I can actually do it in a nice way. For the back piece here to be finished. Boo, this way. This is where I'm working at. That's my working end. So another 12 rows. And then I can start looking at making the sleeves for this project. That is where we are at right now. I got the ends woven in that I hadn't done Friday. Proud of myself. And yeah. So that is the big question, right? The multi-million-dollar question right now is, what yarn should I start working on next? Good question. Yes. Depends on what your, let's see, I can't read half of that. Depends on if you want a mindless project or do you want, like, depends on the mood and what I think. Do you just want a mindless project or something to focus on? Hello, Granny D. Nice to see you. Granny D, we have a poll going on, and since you are just popping in, or at least you're first announcing that you are around now by joining us, which is lovely. Thank you, lady, for joining in. Help us choose my next project. We have a poll running, and to be nice, I have all of the yarns lined up here as well as the photos of how it should be looking. So I'm just gonna show you them all. And then we can discuss what project I should start crocheting on next. But this is the Spearmint Poncho. The Spearmint Poncho is made in a Mercer-sized cotton yarn, which is the Drops Muscat. Right, Drops Muscat here. It's like DK weight-ish yarn. It's a 1.8 ounce skein to 109 yards. Have 8 of them, should be enough to make that gorgeous poncho. All one color. Lovely Mercer-sized cotton from Drops. Then we have the Thoughts of Ireland, which is a shawl. And the Thoughts of Ireland is made in this alpaca yarn, which is 100% alpaca. Heathered, a bit heathered yarn, as you can see. Maybe if I can get it to focus without blurring everything. It's green heathered with like hay yellow. 3mm crochet hook you're needing for this one. 100% alpaca. It's 1.8 ounce skeins to 183 yards, and it's soft. Alpaca soft. And I'll celebrate your membership in a few because, yes, the time has flown. It's already been 4 months. I know, it's crazy, right? The last possible option for us is the Sweet Caress, which is a cowl. And the cowl is also crocheted in the Drops alpaca yarn, but in the unique color of this absolutely gorgeous light blue. And in the Drops Kid Silk, which is a mohair silk yarn blend. So this is 100% alpaca, which is held together with this Kid Silk, which is 75% mohair and 25% silk. Like hold them together and you get, oh, that, which I did not work out very well, but that's the idea. So please, sweet Granny D, give me a vote in the poll. Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much. And as said, it's been 4 months already, so let me just for a minute celebrating my members. Thank you to all of you who are still with me, still supporting me, or have been there, etc. I'm very much appreciating you. Definitely. Yes, time has really flown, hasn't it? It's insane. It's more than 2 years ago that I started on YouTube. Not exactly saying that we have grown quickly. Um, I also just like, I haven't, it sounds crazy because I've been crocheting since I was a child, but I haven't done much since until I started crocheting again, which is no less than a bit more than 2 years ago, right? I was crocheting for maybe 2.5 months when I started my channel, taking up the concept, and I really enjoy it still. Actually, I've gone a bit crazy. It's like a crazy hobby of mine. My partner is looking at me and saying that I have too much yarn. So as long as I can show that I'm actually using it, I guess that helps, right? So yes, do I want a mindless project, which probably would be the easy option? Then I should go for the Varish shawl. Some people call it the owl shawl. I still tend to call it the Varish because I only know it as a Varish. Here we have it in all its glory. Or I should start making the foundation for the Icor shawl, where I'm gonna be using this gorgeous cake, which is a yarn art rose garden cake. They are like Hobby's Cotton King's Sultan Deluxe. If I did not know better, they are the same. Super nice and soft. Slightly different colors. So the Sultan Deluxe does not come in this colorway, only the Rose Garden does. It's a colorway 325. Further than that, yarn specs are the same. They do have a centerpole, but for the project I want to make, I want to start on the outside because the Icor shawl is like trees, and you start from the bottom of the stem of the trunk of the tree and you work up towards the leaves, and therefore it makes most sense doing it like that. I actually don't know if I can somehow show an easy photo of it. Not sure if I have one actually. It's a paid pattern from Hobby. It's a paid pattern from Hobby. And I will need to pay a little attention to it because I don't remember it completely out of my head, but it's reasonably easy to do. But yeah, so the idea is obviously with this that the brown goes towards the green, though it's a 6-row repeat. So in 6-row repeat, you kind of build up the Christmas trees on rows. So it's not fully what I would call filet crochet because it's not filet crochet. I don't know if I do actually have a photo. Could I have a photo on my phone maybe? Give me a moment to have a look if I have an old photo on my device. I don't. That's disappointing. Let me see if I can maybe download one or show it on the hobby site. I could do that. Give me a moment. We can go to hobbies site. We can do that. So what I can do is I can go into that and we can do like this. Here we are, hobby. iCore. Should find it by just, yep, here we have it. They use the hobby Christmas universe yarn for it. But if you look here, you can see here it's Christmas trees. Well, it's not that clear on that one, I think. Shows maybe best on the first photo here. You just need to look a little bit upside down. But the 6-row repeat is like, if you look at where I don't know if you can look at my mouse. No, you can. You can. If you look here at this end, this is kind of where the brown would start. As you can see, the tree goes towards the end, and this would then be the end of the shawl at the like inside of the cake. This one is super pretty as well. I made it actually. I wonder if we could do that. We could probably, because I made a short of it. I did make a short of it. I'm just not sure you will get the audio. I don't think you will, but we can watch the short together shortly, and then you can go rewatch it between my shorts. But yeah, because that actually shows how it is, because I blocked it, and there you can clearly see how it is. Yeah. So here you can actually see the sort of Christmas trees when it's blocked out in the universe yarns. So that could definitely be an option. That could be an option. So yeah, here I basically have the pattern, the photo as well. But yeah, so that's the iCore shawl. They suggest obviously the universe Christmas yarn, but I want to make it in this yarn. That's my thoughts. I want to make it in this yarn. So I have two. And I need to get started on that. And then of course I need to go on that. So that is a big question, what I should do. I do not know completely. I may option for the easy route, I think, at least for now. And if I get bored of this, we can do the other one, because eventually, once that's done, I still need to start working on the other one, right? Open for other suggestions if you have other suggestions. But that will be my next couch and car project, basically, because and just to make sure I did pick up the wire shawl. That will be my next couch and car project, because once I have a few of those 6-row repeats, because it's still quite a few rows of repeats, it gets pretty worked up into your mind. It's very reasonably simple to do. And you need, for if you're curious, I think the iCore shawl is like, I don't know, it's a couple of dollars. It's not the most expensive of the patterns, and if you have Hobby Plus, you can get us a Hobby Plus pattern for free. It's from Kame Crochet. Knowing her, she probably also sells patterns on Ravelry for those interested in that rather. And yeah, you need to do chains. I'm not sure if there's single crochets included. I think so, maybe singles or slip stitches or something like that. I do believe it's single crochets, double crochets, and treble crochets, and then working stitches together and so on, like treble crochet together and so on. If you can do that, you can do die crochet. It's not super complicated actually. It's not. I just need to be remembered. I did mine because back in December we had a Christmas thing, and the agreement was that the whole team were going to bring a Christmas item to wear for a photo. This could be like a Christmas hat or a Christmas scarf or a Christmas shirt or sweater. And I realized all my Christmas items, I had them in Denmark with my parents. I generally don't wear a lot of Christmas clothing. Um, and I was like, okay, we're gonna make this. And I was so lucky the yarn was on sale. So when I saw the yarn was on sale for like 50% off, I bought the yarn and I made the shawl in, I don't know, 4 weeks time or something like that. In between all my other projects. In those exact colors that's shown. Gorgeous. Michael, hey, I sent you an email earlier today. If you haven't seen it yet, then check your spam or just consider that's me. But I did because I finally had time to rewatch the auction. And that was a gorgeous piece. Please answer me one thing. Did you, all those panels, like the red panels, because it's like red panels divided by other things, assume you make the red panels individually and then like sort of crochet them together? I don't assume that you did this whole white queen size piece in one go, because that's one heck of a crochet needle. You were also up late today. Because I saw you, was it in Crystal's morning live this morning? I think so. Yeah, there was some crystals. I popped in this morning, just before Hell went loose. Unfortunately, IT department has fixed my work PC. I am now officially back and working during working hours instead of waiting, which is a shame because that means the coming time I will probably have time a little bit less time to crochet. But we will do our best with whatever means and time we have available for doing so. Whoa, it was one solid piece? I am even more impressed now with the work you did. Genuinely impressive. I will have to poke your brain one day when I decide I take the leap of faith and try out Tunisian. Because I really want to do it. Actually, Hobby has a really nice cowl in Tunisian crochet that I've been eyeballing a bit. Now I am having issues with my stitches. Just one moment. This sounds crazy. Should be simple to do a double crochet, but the yarn was splitty up on me. Let's see if I can actually find the pattern that I was thinking of. And if I can, I will share with you. That is a pattern I'd love to make for myself, but obviously it's Tunisian, so I've kind of been holding back on getting my feet into it, because then I will need some advice as to what to get, because I have no Tunisian crochet hooks either. So I'll be like a complete starter beginner on that account. Clothing. Like Grand Designer, difficult, made for, well, probably woman, I think. Mm-hmm. Neck warmers, maybe? Could it be? I think so. It's like a cowl-like thing. Once I find it, I will share my screen. Right now, I can clearly not find it. Maybe it's a puncher? Is it a puncher? Nah. How can it be gone? I don't even know its name anymore. I should know it better. Ah, my goodness. I thought I knew better, but I clearly don't. Maybe they consider it a shawl or a scarf, which is not totally unlogical either. They might. They might. Which is gonna be a bit of a time. I'm still looking. Well, we could share while we are looking. It's not that crazy. I'm just going through all the patterns right now. That's kind of nice as well, actually. Now I get new shawl ideas. It's so dangerous to go on Hobby's pattern website. Mm-hmm. I know how it looks. I just can't find it right now. I looked at the other ones, so I'm almost thinking it should be in here. That's waffle stitch-like, think. That's gorgeous as well. But that's not the one I was thinking of. Why can't I find it? Did they take it down? Well, maybe we should do a reset and then done shorts and scarves, socks, sweaters, blouses, tops, vests and slippers, wrist warmers, collections, highs and seasons. What would that be? Maybe it's like summer stuff. Yeah, that's gorgeous as well. The florist one. No, it's definitely not a season thing, I think. Can we do Tunisian maybe? Tunisian. Then get something. Well, we have crochet hooks. Interchangeable Tunisian crochet hook, don't we have? Oh, so this is also Tunisian, apparently. Let's have a look at that one. This one is gorgeous, by the way. I want to make that one day. And this one. That's gorgeous. So this should apparently be made in Tunisian. It is. 2 yarns held together. This is like the Sophie scarf. Like for those who's knitting, that looks like the Sophie scarf just made up in Tunisian. It's gorgeous though. Absolutely gorgeous. And I like this one too, which is like a leafy kind of concept. And it's crocheted. It's just, I wouldn't get the Dolce Mohair yarn, probably get different yarn, like a green one. Like this one looks good as well, right? a similar yarn. But that wasn't what we were looking for. I don't know if we have like pattern suggestions. Nope. I don't know why I can't find it. Did they really remove it? They might have. Disappointing. Moroccan mint tea shawl. Yes. There are really a lot, like all the teapot, red teapot atelier shawls, they are also on the hubby site. They are absolutely here as well. So they are here as well. Yeah, hobby is a dangerous site. An absolutely dangerous site to visit. I think that's valid to say. I still can't find it though. That really annoys me. That really annoys me. I may try. I don't know if you can combine that with, like, pick up the hooks. Does it suggest anything? No, it doesn't. Well, Michael, if you're still here, if I happen to find the pattern, I will let you know. But right now, I just keep looking and looking and looking, and I have no luck. No luck. Yes, the rainforest shawl is absolutely gorgeous. Like, yes, please. But yeah, hubby has a lot of nice patterns. And a lot of nice free patterns, but they also have a bunch of paid patterns. And if you buy the paid patterns, you will get points for the point store. And if you do have Hobby Plus, you can download up to 3 free paid patterns a month. For those curious. Michael, I will definitely email the link to you if I find that pattern. I really I think it would be awesome to make. I just don't know why I can't find it. Like, I can sit here and look at my PC all day, but I'm not really sure if that's so exciting for you guys to watch. It could also be because I think I just picked crochet. And it's not technically, it's Tunisian crochet. I wouldn't, maybe that doesn't fall under crochet itself. I should try that first. Let me try give that a look. Just having to insert my stitch marker so I don't lose my stitches. It is a clothing. Yes, I never am able to find what I need to find when I have to find it. Absolutely right. It's like it's a cowl neck warmer like thing. So I'm just trying to see if I can actually maybe neck warmers. Da, da, da. Oh, they do have some nice leafy patterns. Where could it be? There is definitely more patterns now, but that's because I have all the knitted ones as well. Nope, it's not here. It's not there. Then it's maybe... It's like a cowl-ish thing. Yes! I found it! Let me share the screen again. Give me a moment. Here we go. This one, the capelet here. I'm in love. I want to do this. But it's Tunisian and I don't know how to do Tunisian, so I will need help. The capelet is worked in the round in a leafy Tunisian crochet spiraling rounds using basic stitches and techniques. That sounds awesome. TSS TPS rib stitch, decreasing, increasing. It's worked up top down, starting from a ribbed, slightly turtleneck color, then proceeding with a gradual increasing, finally with the sinuous pattern, the lever pattern worked up in multiples of 18 and 22 rows repetition. Where I'm being like, yeah, right, I don't get much of this. But this, my friends, is the one I want to make. But I am unable because I do not know how to do Tunisian. But I think it looks gorgeous. This, please. They use a combination of Universe XL and Amigo. The only thing is I might not do these colors, but the idea of this, yes. And then Michael is being so kind to tell me it's made in simple stitch, purl stitch, very basic. Yeah, but I don't know how to Tunisian. So, Michael, I need to go and have a good look at your or your YouTube maybe or something. Hey, May, wonderful to see you. And Tracy is also with us. Good evening, ladies. If you haven't done it yet, we are voting for my next drops project because we all know how much I love drops. In the sense of I love the yarns, I hate their patterns, but they look awesome, so I want to make them, and I will regret it 10 times at least, and then I haven't done projects, and I'm super happy I did it. So the poll is running in the chat, in the live chat. If you haven't seen the patterns yet that we are working on, I have the yarns next to me, and I have the patterns ready to give you a showing. So that is what I'm gonna do. Now we have here the spearmint poncho, and it's made in the Drops Muscat, which is a Mercer-sized cotton. And I have the mint, which is also used in the pattern right here. I have 8 of them, so I can make that gorgeous poncho. And then we have the Thoughts of Ireland, which is a shawl, and it's made in 100% alpaca yarn, which is this gorgeous heathered yarn because it's an alpaca mix. So this green with a heathered kinda hay yellow, I would say it's in it. It's gorgeous. I'm not sure if I can get it the video to get the right zoom, but yeah, it's there. And the last one I have is the Sweet Caress, which is a cowl. And that is 2 yarns that I'm holding together. And that is the alpaca uni. So that's also 100% alpaca, together with the Kids Silk, which is 75% mohair and 25% silk. 2 yarns held together to make that gorgeous cowl. If you haven't voted yet for my next drops projects, please, please, please vote, because that is the project I will start on probably this weekend. Maybe. Likely. I think so. Maybe. That's the next drops project I'm starting on. Yeah. Lovely to see you, ladies. What is everybody working on, except for either just got out of bed, etc. And I have my tea. And I'm here for a bit because I am home alone. We may have to take a short break eventually. Consider that toilet breaks and so on, because eventually I want to do the curtains down because it's getting dark outside. But yeah, I'm home alone. My partner has left me just for the weekend. I'll see him on Sunday, and therefore he cannot complain about me exploding with my yarn in the whole house. Yeah, so I have a little bit of freedom. I can also eat things that he doesn't eat, like I planned pizza for tomorrow because I can. Yeah. And I want to do some sort of like, maybe I'll do that Sunday. I want to make some egg with what are they called? It's like not tapas, but it's like these thin bread slices, which you can fill up like tortilla wraps. But instead of making tortilla wraps of them, I want to make a kind of what's it called? A quiche thing, like a tart. Was my idea. I'd probably do that Sunday, maybe. Yeah, and Sunday morning, I do have an appointment. And sometime tomorrow, I will also need to see my in-law because I get to borrow her car for the appointment I have Sunday. Yeah, so I have time to crochet. I probably should clean the house a bit as well, but I'm not gonna do that at 9:39 p.m. in the evening. Nope, nope, nope. I'm just enjoying the fact that I finished work today and yeah, I'm having weekend and I have a final date for when I'm being let off, so to say. And we have to negotiate redundancy terms. Ideally, I hope I can get obviously, I hope for as much as possible, but the ideal contract for me would include me getting my severance pay, including being able to still get a job, even if I get that job before my last day. That would be my most ideal situation. But at the same time, because that just gives me freedom to look for jobs, right? Uh, but I also don't want to change job just to get a job. I don't need that, at least not yet. Then I'd rather wait for the right job. But if the right job is there and they allow, like, and they want you to start before the end of my current contract ends, then I would really like the freedom of just doing it, right? Like, that would really like be the ideal situation. But the real good jobs, they really don't hang on the trees with the requirements I have. I guess I'm picky. We'll have to see. Not in a rush yet because I can't start looking before I have the redundancy contract agreed. Because what I will get is first they will get a proposal to me being like, this is how we imagine it should look like. And then the thing is, never accept the first you get, start negotiating. And that's probably going to take a bit. But we have like a bit less than 4 months to get all that settled. But hopefully, the sooner the later I have it, the better for me. Let me catch up on chat. Tunisian the round is very easy. Well, Michael, I'm really looking forward to having to get a go at it. Yeah, I definitely will need your help to do it. Or need somebody's help that understands Tunisian a bit. And yeah, that would be awesome. And let's see. May is working on a Summer Ella t-shirt in a bright green glittery yarn. Oh, cool. What yarn brand? Now I'm curious. And I wish we could. Oh, there we could. I wanted to pop that down, but it didn't want to do. Charlie says, "Oh my goodness, it's so cool. I must get better. I never tried Tunisian." Well, I've never tried Tunisian either, so we can try out together, maybe. But yeah, I want to make that one. So first, I need to wait for Hobby to get their Universe yarn on sale. It has to be the XL, I noticed, which is okay. But it has to be on sale because I absolutely refuse to buy Hobby yarns at their normal flat rate price because I think that's expensive. But if it's on sale, it's doable. So first I need to get the Hobby Universe XL on sale. I don't think it is on sale right now. Maybe it is. I don't know. Let's see. It does say 30% off, but I think that's only if you buy X pieces. No, it is 30% off right now. One piece 30% off. 7 pieces 35% off. Well, that's not on sale enough. I want to have it like, and it's not being, yeah, it's currently on sale 3 days, 3 hours to go. But €8.40 for a skein, which is like 200 meters, is still expensive. It must be able to be made with another yarn as well, similar. Like, it could probably work with like yarns as like the carnival yarns or the Manayas, what are they called? Maranola wool of yarn. Because those yarn specs are like the same. Well, okay, the other yarns are like they are roving style, but slightly bit ever so longer, but that could work depending on how you like the yarn colors. On the other hand, the super cluster is gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Choices, choices, choices. But yeah, I think they sometimes have better deals than 30% off. They can also do like 50. So that's maybe what I'm hoping for. Um Yes, being home alone can be such a treat. Right now it definitely is. Obviously it's silent and a bit awkward, so to say, because I'm used to not being home alone. Um, but at the same time, it's nice. I have postponed a bit to do all my recordings of my ice yarns, which is going to be a couple of videos to get that through. But what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to record them tomorrow for the Sort My Stash series. Might actually even have a yarn there that I could use. Hmm. I do have a few of these color changing ones. I will have to think about it. Miss Debbie says her husband came into her craft room yesterday, looked around, and just shook his head. Well, we need yarn. Can never have too much or too little. Summer Ella t-shirt. Need to Google that. Shirt. Which is like knit. Lenit. Well, that will be it. Yes, that's gorgeous. Are you using the Danish design pattern from Lena Holme Samsø? Let me know, May, because that's gorgeous if that's the right one. What I can do. Haha, now we're clever again. I'll flip over. Is this the pattern that you're knitting, May? Because that's gorgeous. Now I start to wish I could knit. I really wish I could knit. But I can't. Well, I can, but not that. Then I will definitely need some aid. Yes, I found the right one. It's gorgeous. Let's see, is there a few more photos? Yeah, we have some here. I really like this one. Are you also like using the same yarn as she does, like the same brand, or using a different yarn? It's gorgeous. As always, I know you will put it on your Instagram, so I will have to keep my eyes out for that one once you have finished it. It's definitely pretty. It's a very, very gorgeous pattern. And now I need to catch up and chat just a moment. Michael says his husband is at work right now, so he is also having a quiet place at home. All curiosity, how is your husband's feeling about your yarn addiction? Like, mine is being like, he's okay with it because I'm okay with his hobbies. I always say I don't really care what his hobby is. He enjoys taking photos, and sometimes he bought a new camera, and just the buddies are like thousands of euros, and I'm like, Jesus. At the same time, I'm like, honey, I'd rather have you spend 2 or 3 thousand euros on a new body camera than or camera buddy than I want you to spend 2 or 3 thousand euros down at the local pub. Like, so honestly, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. Then I don't care. So that's basically my feeling. The pattern is fun to knit. I have to stay focused, but it will be easier when I get past the structure bust. Yeah, I can imagine, because then it's just like straightforward. Michael, I will be happy to receive your help, because I will definitely need some help with this tradition project once I get there. First, I need to make sure I have the yarn. And obviously, as you can hear, I'm very picky when it comes to paying full price for hubby. I may need to consider different yarns, or, which I probably could, or just wait for it until it goes on sale, because, well, I need to think about how I spend my money. They will not be endless. It will not be endless. May is using a merino yarn from a store in Norway called a garnfiene. I think garnfiene, which is basically yarn fairies translated to English, if I'm right. If my Norwegian doesn't fail me. I don't speak Norwegian, but I should be able to read and understand Norwegian. My former coach was Norwegian. He was from Bergen. So I'm used to listening to Norwegian. Yes, Charlie, I have plenty of gorgeous choices in my stash, but I need to have something that fits the pattern. Or I will have to, like, if the gauge of the yarn doesn't match up just close to it, I will need to figure out how to sort of upsize or downsize that. So I obviously need a yarn that's similar enough, if that makes sense. And then it depends again if I want it, if I want to have wool in it, or if I want to have non-wool, because I do have a few options. I do have a few options there. Tammy's here. Hey, Tammy, nice to see you. Wonderful. Wonderful to see you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Michael tells that his husband is also crocheting, which is awesome. Hey, you share something. So my mom crochets and knits. And she's currently, well, that is what she was yesterday. I don't know if she finished yet. She's working on a new pair of socks for me. In the drop snort yarn, which is like an alpaca shock yarn. So I get socks when I see her in 4 weeks' time. And those socks there are like nice and cozy for winter. I had some yarn laying around. I was thinking if I should make a shawl of it or what I should. And then I ended up deciding for asking my mom if she wanted to knit me some socks, because last time I tried knitting socks, I gave up before the first day. Probably, maybe my sock knitting needles were not the best choice, because I was on a budget and I just bought some cheap needles, which I think were too heavy, and therefore I couldn't keep track of them all. It was just too many to like to keep everything under control, it just totally failed. So I just ended up giving up basically. Hello, Donna. It's wonderful to see you here. Absolutely wonderful. We are getting more people in here. I guess everybody's starting to wake up. At least for those that slept out after 4th of July. I hope everybody had a wonderful 4th of July, no matter your situation in life. Wednesday morning, we were hugging everyone. I don't have a tab on my tea today because I am drinking a loose tea from my local tea store, which is Dream Flight, my Dream Flight tea. Yeah, Tammy, you're probably right. I could maybe use crochet stitches to mimic the design, especially given the fact I saw a crocheted shawl that really has some leaves. So that's definitely possible. I will just have to think too much about it. So maybe a future project, or I am gonna look at my mom and say, Mommy, do you want to knit this for me? Usually she would say, yeah, no problem, especially if I give her the yarn. So it's worth consideration. Should maybe send it to her. Say, hey, Mommy, do you like this pattern? Unless she's watching right now, she could be. But it's Friday evening, so she could also watch something nice on the TV. May says her hobby is all right with her crafts because he has a hobby on his own. He's fishing, so he buys baits and throws them in the sea. Yeah, definitely if it's live bait, because that kind of goes away, right? Different types of baits in the end. My dad is a fisher too, but I don't think he's fishing as much as he once did. Like, I remember when I was younger, he often went to the ocean. But it's also not totally logic because my parents, they live like maybe 6 miles from the ocean, 5 to 6 miles from the ocean. So that would be like somewhere between 7 and 10 kilometers, depending on what sea you're going to, because um my apparently I'm getting some error from YouTube, so I hope you're not missing me too much. I do get some sort of error right now. What is this? It says warning, warning. I guess my internet might have challenges right now. Hopefully that's gonna get better. Yeah, can't do much about it. We were trying to do a wired setup of my work, of my stream PC, but then I did a speed test and the upload speed was less than my Wi-Fi connection. So I was like, well, that's not going to be an option. Which is totally illogical because the download pace were much quicker. So I will have to talk with my partner about how come there is such a big difference in this stream upload and download. So I decided to go for the quicker upload speeds and therefore I went wireless. Yep. Let's see. I was actually looking at the chat. Glittery green. It's gorgeous, I'm sure. So. May says when she buys yarn, her husband knows she will benefit from it because he gets clothes or socks. Yeah, that's a good point. So my challenge here on that account is my partner do not want to wear crocheted item or knitted items. He's just not into crochet or knits pieces. He's absolutely fine with me doing it, but he's not going to wear it. So I don't need to try to uh, convince him with what I'm doing. Yeah. Nope, that's not going to work. And thank you for my excellent meeting. That's a good point. Husband doesn't mind as long as you're happy. I think that's probably the where my partner is as well. I could call him my husband, but that's technically incorrect because we are not married. But we have lived together for 15 years plus, so it almost feels like we're married, right? Kinda ish. I think that counts. Sort of counts, right? Have a nice evening, Michael, or day. Good luck at the groceries. And yes, lucky me, sucks. And my mom is awesome and gorgeous. Definitely she is. It looks like we're slowly getting a favorite here towards me knitting the Thoughts of Ireland shawl because we are up. It's clearly a lead. It's at 57% out of 29 for the poncho and just 14 for the sweet caress. So I start to feeling more and more convinced that towards the end of the stream, the conclusion will be that I will have to start on the Thoughts of Ireland. And they are free patterns. You can get them from Garn Studio, which is the Drops web store. Not web store, but their pattern store at least. You can find there where local drop sellers are in your area. But yeah, there you can find patterns in both UK English terms and US English terms and Danish and Norwegian and all that stuff. Charlie says over here we call that a common law marriage. Yeah, but I do not have a contract, official contract on it. So technically, according to how it works here in the Netherlands, that's not considered a partnership. So then we would need to like sign some papers, and I would start to have to pay more in taxes. Well, not more in taxes. I would get less in return. Like for our health security plan for health insurance, I get a supply from the government to help me cover my health insurance. If I would be an official partnership or married to my partner, then we will earn too much money basically to get the extra support for it. And yeah, that would just suck because that would be a couple of €1,000 over the time. So yeah, it's not worth it financially. Like I know he loves me. We are having a good time, enjoy each other, so I'm not too concerned. Exactly, the taxes thing, and that is why, my friends, that we aren't married. Actually, that's a lie because he has been married before. Before he met me, he was married with his ex, obviously. And he told me about it. And it was she wanted to get married. They got married. She wanted to get divorced. They got divorced. So he kind of got burned, if that makes sense. Been there, done that. Don't need to try it again. And I'm very easygoing. I'm being like, I don't need to be married as long as I know that we are having a good time with each other, being fine, the relationship is fine. The end. Right? So as long as I know that is good, I don't necessarily need a paper saying that we are married or have his surname or whatever. I need to check. I did set this one up. I think it just doesn't really like the stream speed right now. It's what it is. I can't do much about it. Because I can't change this. Cannot change it. Now it says good, but it does give me warnings from time to time. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I am back working here on my Hirsch shawl, which I'll soon enough have complete and done. Well, we're not gonna have it done today, or it's gonna be an all-nighter. I still think I have a little bit too much yarn on the cone for that. But we will see how far we get. Or I start on the I-core. But maybe I'll be better off not doing that on the stream because of focus. And then this is easier and more mindless, easygoing. Then it's easier for me just to once in a while pop down and come back in and look at how it's going on here. Oh, we have a new watcher here, or at least for here. So welcome, Miss Close Crochet Creation. So Gloria, welcome Gloria to our live. I have not seen you with us here before, so I do not know if you are new or what, but I'm very happy to see you. Absolutely. Wonderful to see you here. If you haven't done it yet, do vote for my next project. If you haven't seen the items yet for the next project, I should be very kind to just quickly show them to you. We have the Spearmint Poncho, which is this one. Spearmint Poncho made in nice Mercer-sized cotton. And then we have the Thoughts of Ireland, which currently seems to be the one that's winning. It's made in 100% alpaca mix, so that's like heathered color. So it's green with a bit of heathered yellow hay tones, like hay yellow tones ish. 100% gorgeous alpaca, super soft. And then we have the Sweet Caress, which is made in the alpaca unicolor combined with kid silk yarn. So you held two strands together. So one strand of alpaca and one strand of kid silk. And the kid silk is 75% mohair and 10% silk. If you haven't voted yet, please vote in the poll above because that will be my next drops project that I will make. Also something I need to start on before next week Friday's a yarn talk video. So if you haven't voted, give us a vote. It is still the Thoughts of Ireland seeming to be in the lead. We have 24 votes, but we aren't done streaming yet because I am still hanging around here. And as we mentioned earlier today, I am home alone. So I can hang out with you for a bit. I might, though, need eventually, within the next half an hour to an hour, I will need a toilet break and maybe to make a new tea and so on. But we can continue with the live afterwards, should we want to do so. At least until I feel like I need to sleep. Which I will need eventually. Because I was up this morning and I had to go to work. And I actually even slept over this morning. Like, my alarm went, I went back to sleep. Then my partner's alarm went, and I was like, whoops, I slept over. And luckily, he didn't have to he could wait 10 minutes getting up. So I jumped into shower and no stress there. So, hey, Stash, nice to see you here. Welcome. Lovely to see you all. Makes me happy. Stash, I don't know if you caught it, but we have a poll running for my next drops pattern project. And Actually, the vote was held amongst my members of my channel, but there was a tie, and therefore, with the tie, I decided to pick those 3 that was tied and put them up here for the votes. So if you haven't voted yet, you can vote, and at the end of this live, the whichever poll have the most votes, or whichever item has the most votes, is the one I want to start making. Let me know if you want me to go through the projects one by one. I have photos of them. I even have the yarns laying right next to me. Yeah. If you want it, let me know. So, and else I'm just working on my Vara shawl because that's so lovely straightforward. I don't need to use a lot of stuff for that. Well, actually, in about 1.5 row, I will need to weigh my yarn because I am in the process of every 4 repeats I weigh it, and this is my way of playing yarn chicken because I want to make sure I have enough yarn to complete 4 repeats before starting on them, because it would really, really, really suck to frock 4 rows, especially when the shawls are increasingly long for each row you add. So that's my clever way of playing yarn chicken. Let me know if you want the explanation on how to do that. But it's a bit of simple math, actually. That's one of the things I really enjoy with crochet. I can use my math. I love math. The cowl is gorgeous. So I'm gonna do them all eventually. Right now it's still the Thoughts of Ireland that's probably gonna take. Because it's the furthest ahead. I don't know if people can change votes and how that works, but yeah. So basically what I do is I weigh the yarn before I start the next round of repeats. In this case, it's a 4-row repeat. So before I start on the first row of the 4 rows repeat, I weigh the yarn, write down the number. And I just use my kitchen scale, by the way. Just use my kitchen scale because it goes in grams. So, and grams is pretty tiny. So I just use my kitchen scale. So I weigh the yarn, I do 4 rows of repeats, then I weigh the yarn again, so I know how much yarn, how much weight of yarn does it take to make 4 rows repeat. And then I note that down. I know how much this is between, and then I'll estimate based on how much yarn used what I need for the next row. Of course, I'm aware that for every row you add, the next row will require more yarn. So it's actually so simple as if you have enough yarn left plus a couple of extra grams, so to say like maybe 5 grams extra, you know you have enough yarn to complete the next 4-row repeat. And then once that's done, you'll weigh the yarn again and figure out if you can do another 4-row repeat. This is something I do when I get closer towards the end. Here I have just 2 colors left of this, which is a bit difficult to see. Let's see. I need to be able to watch myself what I'm doing here. So you can barely see it, but there is still a bit salmon feeling here. I'm probably looking at the yarn and how far I am. I think I probably can do another. So I'm working on this for a repeat, and then I can probably do 2 more, so 8 more rows after this. So another 9.5 rows is my estimate. But I don't know. I don't know if that's actually also gonna be the thing. So I will know I will have a better idea, that's fair to say, in 1.5 rows time, because then it's time to weigh again, and then I'll find out. So that's kind of how I do it. Yeah, I don't know if that can be done on paper, because that depends on the yarn as well, right? Is it a thicker yarn? What crochet hook are you using? How tight are your stitches? Usually, like when I did it with my the yarns like the Sultan Cotton Kings yarn, the Cotton Kings Sultan I used for also the tutorial for the very shawl that I made. Um, I think towards the end it was like maybe 3 or 4 grams difference when it increased. But I don't remember, because once I'm done, I kind of tend to throw the paper away, because it's only relevant for the actual yarn that you're doing with the actual crochet hook on the actual project. Um, unless, of course, I start a new project, which would be how much yarn is actually used per row estimation for our shawl. Could be a fun one to do one day. I might consider that if I make one in a Cotton Kings in the future. Note for self. It could be a fun chart to make. It definitely could be a fun chart to make. Yes, the cowl is gorgeous. A little part of me want to do that one as well. But it's not the one that's winning. Right now, it is still the Thoughts of Ireland, which is, by the way, also gorgeous. Yeah. The Thoughts of Ireland. I'm actually getting closer to. I have a quarter left of my tea. I was just checking. And still working on my Irish. So, our new watchers, are you working on a project right now, and what are you working on? Charlie, I can warmly recommend the scale idea. It's worked every time. So far, I've not lost yarn chicken. I've won every time. So it is possible. What is you need to slowly start to realize, okay, I'm getting closer towards the end, and then give it a way up. And of course, it's obviously it's different for every yarn. But it's the way I prefer to play yarn chicken. There is still a chance of losing. Like if you take a gamble and you know it's really close, then don't be upset if you lose, because sometimes what you might estimate being 2 grams needed and you should have 3 or something like that, could be that that round needed the 3, and therefore you miss a few stitches. But it's a reasonably safe way of playing yarn chicken, having an estimate if it's possible or not. You get a reasonably good feeling of it. So I can warmly recommend. I definitely can. And the skill you need, it just needs to be like needs to be reasonably accurate, but like not super accurate, but accurate enough for you to like. I weigh mine's going in grams. I don't know how that would be um, if you use some sort of US into metrical terms. Um, but mine goes in grams, and yeah, that works pretty good for me. It's just regular kitchen scale for like if I would bake or something else. Um, but it can also measure in ounces and milliliters and stuff like that. But yeah, well worth it. Find something that works for you. It works every time, and that's why I tend to do it, especially with these repeats, right? The die-yielding T-shawl was just like, okay, that's the end of the pattern, and you still have yarn left, and I'm like, okay. I did not really know what to expect, but now I know, that I have plenty left, so I could probably do an extra row or something creative. But that's for a future me. That is for a future me. Yes, yes. I think the kitchen scale I know I got it as a present for Christmas, but I'm not surprised if I almost helped choosing it. You know, probably like a $20 one would suffice. I think that's likely around the prices they do. I think mine is like 20-ish, maybe or so dollars at best, maybe less, 15. So yeah, a reasonably basic kitchen scale. I could pick it up over there actually and show it if you want to see, but I still have a bit to go before needing it. I still need to do all of from here to here and then another row before I need to actually weigh it. But I will grab it for you. Just give me a minute. Stash is working on a blanket for her grandniece and a yoga shawl. That sounds nice too. This is my simple kitchen skill. And when I turn it on, I can choose to measure in, let's see, in ounces, or we can do pounds and ounces and grams and milliliters. And it's reasonably sensitive. I think it's like $20 at best. Like, so a reasonably simple kitchen skill. And preferably a digital one because then you don't need to gamble on what it might show. So that's my recommendation currently. It works lovely. So we are getting a few lesser votes for the Thoughts of Ireland, but it is still in the lead. We have 25 votes, 52% Thoughts of Ireland. It's changing. It's changing. Somebody can't decide what to vote. Yeah, 25 votes. We have 22%, 52% Thoughts of Ireland, 28% Spearmint Punchu, and 20% Sweet Caress Cowl. No, 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 no. This is a really light, simple scale. Like it's, and I swear to you, it's at best maybe 25. I don't know. You're Canada. I'm not sure about exchange rates, but it's like 20 euros. Which is pretty close to American dollars these days. Let me check. What could that be in Canadian? Because I would have no clue otherwise. 20 euros is like 29 Canadian, so you're probably looking at like $30 maybe ish. I'd imagine. I don't know. I'm sure Walmart would have one. Yes, it's technology and it's awesome. Like it uses batteries, and it works like a charm for everything I do. If I have things I need to wait for food, if I have yarns that I need to wait, I even use it for weighing up my shippings, like when I post stuff. Um, with the exception when it gets too heavy. But anything up to, I think it can go up to like 2 kilos, which is like 4-ish pounds. Um, and And yeah, I use it to weigh everything. Like, so if I need to mail something, and like if I put on 2 little postal um like stamps, they will fine you lots of money. So I don't want to do that. So therefore I always wait before I go to the store, so I'm not surprised as to what I'm going to be paying for it. And when I'm sending packages, I get 50 cents discount if I buy the postal shipping online. So of course I do that. Um, every cent counts, especially when it comes to shipping, because it's outrageous expensive. Uh, Charlie can't decide us what to vote on. Every time she sees the patterns, her mind changes. Good Lord. Yes. That's the thing, right? I can't show them again if that's going to be of any help. Tammy suggests try Canadian Tire for scale. That's where I got mine. Okay, I don't know Canadian Tire or whatever, but I feel Canadians giving Canadians advice is good advice. But yeah, just a standard plain kitchen scale basically is what it is, with some lovely digital. You just throw ingredients in when you cook. Well, I do that depending on what I cook, but if I make a cake, I definitely measure, because else I'll make it too dry or too wet or too spongy or, yeah, too sweet, not sweet enough. Um, so yeah, cakes, I definitely use my measuring scale. Some other things, I just throw things together, being about that's approximately where it should be. But when I'm baking, I'm definitely using kitchen skills. Oh yeah, and obviously we just discussed about it when shipping. So we can go through them again. For the poll, spearmint poncho, which I think is gorgeous. Well, actually, I think they're all gorgeous because else I wouldn't have chosen them. Either it's gorgeous yarn, or it's gorgeous patterns, or it's both. And I really want to make them all. Like, I'm keen on getting them all made, so that kind of helps. The spearmint poncho here in the drops muscat, which is mercerized cotton, so it will have like a shine to it. Gorgeous. Then we have Thoughts of Ireland, which is a shawl, and the 100% alpaca yarn, again, drops yarn. Alpaca mix, heathered look, which is a mainly green yarn with like a heathered feeling of like a yellow hay-ish color. And then we have the Sweet Caress, which is this gorgeous light blue, baby blue, not steel blue, baby blue, light blue, baby blue, which is again in the alpaca from Drops, combined, held together with the kids' silk. That's a mohair silk yarn, which is also ever so soft. So that's cowl is gonna be really like real snuggle, soft, friendly one for sure. Um, yeah. So that's the options we are looking at right now. Should you be tempted? So, ladies, what I think I'm gonna do is I am gonna work this all the way to the end here. And then I will probably need a little break, like 3 to 5 minutes peeing break, refilling tea, and so on. If you still want to hang out, we can still hang out. but I will need a short break to visit the loo and get some more tea. I think it is 10:29 p.m. here for those curious. Also, I made Nightbot able to do a new command so we can check out weather. So if you do exclamation mark and zip code or city, you should be able to actually get your local weather. So you type weather and you type your zip code. So that is what I'm going to do. And there you have it. This is the current conditions for the city I am in, which is here in Bemmel, which is in the Netherlands. And it says it is 17 degrees Celsius, which is 63 degrees Fahrenheit currently. It's cloudy, it's blowing, a little bit windy, not that bad. Humidity is 87%, which I can imagine because it was raining just before I started this live. I don't know if it still is. Doesn't look like it's raining, but it's difficult to see because it's actually gotten dark outside. So that's another reason for me wanting to take a break shortly, because I actually want to pull down my curtains. Right now, if you walk on the street and you give a look in, you can see me. Like, no, it's kind of ish dark out there, getting dark out there. So that's what I want to do as well once this row is done. And the big challenge is, of course, okay, it's not always accurate, I guess, because this does definitely not sound like a city in Norway. Maybe if it would give you like a bigger city, or if you type it out, because I do remember for my mom, I couldn't get it either until I typed in the city name. So like if I would do weather and then like type Oslo, I know you're not in Oslo, but that should actually also provide us weather in Oslo, if I'm not wrong. Maybe. Yeah, it does. Because I'm quite sure right now that it's not 24 degrees in Norway at this time of the day. That would be really surprising. Close enough. Yeah. You're in the southern part. Look! Yeah, that's definitely close enough. It's the same, except, well, close. Fahrenheit is 1 degree less. Same wind. Humidity is the same. Yeah, I'd say that's close. That's a good catch, so to say. Oh, my yarn is splitting on me. That's a downside of working. So while this Stanley candy is ever so soft, it is a bit splitty sometimes. I think the challenge is also if you just have zip codes that contains a four numbers, like all Danish zip codes also just four numbers. Apparently some maybe assume that's almost Turkey. I don't know if that's a concept, but that was my guess. Are the same, then I don't know what it thinks, because I do believe it pulls the results from like Google Weather or something like that. I think it does. I think it does. actually what I should do before ending today, if I can do that, but I don't know if I keep on that long because I was up early this morning. And I've worked all day. Well, the beginning of the day was a little bit chill, but later, um, I was actually working and I did have overtime as well. I have an appointment with my boss that I get time for time when I do overtime. So I have some free days coming up, which is nice. I have scheduled those to be taken in August, in the beginning of August, when it is time for my vacation. Any of you have vacation plans for the summer? Or are you just staying at home enjoying house and garden? I will be going to Denmark on vacation to see my parents, and I'll bring my mom-in-law even as well, and we'll go in a vacation house on the island of Bornholm. Um, so looking forward for that. But yeah, except for that, not big plans. I've seen a few things already being like, oh, I'd like to go there, and my partner kind of agrees. So we are looking for future vacation plans, but that's like a year out in the future, like for next summer or whatever. And the real problem is factually, I don't want to travel the whole world. There's so many things I want to see, and I definitely do not have the money to do that. But I'm sure I'm not the only one with those wild imaginations wanting to see the whole world. I'd imagine that is definitely not the case, at least. Meanwhile, we are getting closer and closer to the end of this round. Also, fun question. Are you a knife holder or are you a pencil holder? I'm a knife holder. For those watching my tutorials, you might know holding knives. Mhm. Or are you a pencil holder, like that somehow? I'm definitely not a pencil holder. I've attempted, not working for me. I can't barely figure out how to maneuver my crochet hook. Um, I seem to have more control when doing the pencil grip, so that's where I'm at. Or maybe it's because I think I learned to knit before I learned to crochet. I'm not sure, or did I learn around the same time? Maybe my mom would know, but maybe my mom would also say, I don't know, my sweet darling. May says that she has been on vacation, or they have, I assume, her and her husband. I don't know if she did you bring any of your children or just alone, you and your husband? But they went to Finnmark, drove through Sweden and Finland on the way, so now they will be at home and work on the house the rest of the summer. It still sounds nice though. Finnmark doesn't sound bad. That's all the way top up Norway. Did you get to see some borealis when you were up there? That's gorgeous up there, I'm sure. Did you go all the way to Nordkapp? May says she's a knife holder, but try now and then to learn the pencil grip, but the knife is easy for me. Well, yep, I can relate. Maybe I need to. I don't know if you can actually watch YouTube tutorials for pencil holder. Maybe, maybe. Miss Debbie is also a knife holder. So we are 3 knife holders. I'm always impressed when I see the non-knife holders. I'm being like, how can you crochet like that? Oh, so I did not know you were from all up north. So you're from Honningsvåg, North Cape. Okay. Learned something. I was born in Nykøbing Sjælland in Denmark. So that's about an hour's drive from Copenhagen. Charlie's also a pencil holder. It does sound weird being a pencil holder, knife holder. Yeah, but it is. So I'm impressed. Pencil holder. Oh my goodness. Charlie, teach us. What's the trick to work it as a pencil? Because I definitely need my knife. I cannot figure pencils out for my life. The reason I think they call it a pencil or a pen is, think a little bit about when you're writing with an old-fashioned pencil. Assume that's where it's coming from. Just like the knife holding is based on you hold it a bit like you hold a knife. And due to being a knife holder, I prefer crochet hooks with slightly bit longer shafts, but at the same time, I found I really enjoy Chloe's soft touch hook. So right now, the hooks I mainly use for like 90% of my projects are these Clover Soft Touch. Maybe I need to consider a different hook, but I'd kind of prefer that if they can extend behind. And here they are slightly too short, so I kind of wish they had a longer shaft. Someone said to put pencil grips, like you can get these rubber grips to extend them with, for pencils, to hold on pencils, that you can actually use those to extend your crochet hooks. But I've not taken the gamble of doing that yet. I haven't. But people seem to recommend that as an option to extend the grip of your crochet hook. But I really like the hook itself on these, because the hook slides ever so smoothly in the yarn, which is lovely. Slides ever so smoothly. 2, 4, 6. Yes, we are good to go. I just need 2 more edges and 2 chains of 4. So that's another, well, actually that's lying because I just finished a chain of 4. But 24 more stitches. 24 more stitches. And I will have to have a short break, and then if you also need to rehydrate, you do have the option of doing so. Or toilet break, or whatever we should call it. But the flat thumb dent on the hook helps. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen about the training group too, flat handle. Yeah, so these are kind of flat, right? As you can, just gonna get my more like in camera, else it's delayed. They are flat, and they have this stud, so they're actually working for both, because they're also working for, this is like a anti-slip thing for if you're a pencil holder. So I think they can work pretty okay for both. May's favorite crochet hooks are the Clover and More. Heard of them, wanna get them because I'm this curious human being that wants to try every hook available on the street. Right now they are just on my eventually to purchase list, because I'm actually pretty happy with my Clover Soft Touch. So I don't have the feel and urge that I desperately, quickly need to buy new hooks. Stash says she's a knife holder, but having a hard time with my tension when I try a pencil grip. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I didn't even consider tension. So everything when I do here is good and easy. Yarn wise, I'll show that in a few as well, because I just need to do another 4 stitches and then I'm at the end of this row. So that is very close. Are getting very, very close here. Just need to do like a couple of more double crochets. Then I'll show you guys how I hold the yarn in my left hand. And I find that the tension works up pretty well like this. I actually started differently. And I was like, how could I have done that as a child? I can't imagine that I would have done that. That hurts after a while. And then I realized I didn't. And then I remembered how I did. And then that's kind of how I'm doing it now. But I will see if I can actually show it on camera. There are many ways to hold the yarn and keep tension, but I will be happy to show how I do it. Just need one more stitch. That was the 3rd repeating row done. So I just have 1 row of repeat left, then we can weight yarn. So goal today is to make the last row of repeat and weigh the yarn before I finish my live. That's definitive. But for those curious yarn, so obviously I have the one that's going over my hand, which I keep the tension with. But I actually, let's see what do I do? Yeah. I actually like wrap it around my finger. So I insert it between my fingers, wrap it around, and then turn it like this. So you can see that I do this to keep my tension. The first maybe 1 or 2 months after I had started crocheting again, I did it by wrapping it around my finger twice. And that gave me like an intense pull on this finger, where going between the pink and the finger here has really helped it tension out for me. Maybe I should make a video on how I hold my yarn. I'm not sure if this way of holding yarn would work for pencil grip though. It works fine for as a knife holder. I'll have to research on that. I definitely have to research on that. May says she has to walk her dog. Stay safe. Take care. Bye bye, everyone. Thank you for checking in with us. That was awesome. Maybe I'm still here when you're back, because obviously I still have a full row of repeat to do. And Charlie says that's how I wrap it too, and around and add a wrap around your index finger. So you wrap like 3 fingers? Debbie weave the yarn between her fingers. Yeah, we all like sort of weave it in. Yeah, for the thin yarn, that could work as well. Because if you're looking right now, actually, I'm slightly ever so indented on my finger from the yarn. And it's not even a tight, super tight tension. I've tried the yarn, what are they called? Like the yarn gauges, and it's not working for me. I go crazy from them. So, ladies, what we are gonna do is I am gonna put my Be Right Back screen up with a little bit of lovely music. We are taking about plus minus 5 minutes break because I get to use the potty. I get to probably, yeah, I'll make a new tea. And I'll get to put down my curtains. And once I've done that, I'll be back here. So please hang out or do your things, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. Plus, minus, give a few, but I will be right back. So let's rehydrate and use toilets if you need to do that. And then I will see you here back in about 5 minutes time.
Our hearts beat to the city streets. We began to feel the fire. We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals, they take us higher. The night's young and it's just begun as she puts her hand in mine. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. Now the morning is the afternoon. We lay awake in bed. It laughs so loud as the hours pass. We're gonna do it all again. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild. The moonlight, summer sky, it was the best we ever had. And we'll stay on forever. We'll never have regrets. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild. Our hearts beat to the city streets. We began to feel the fire. We rise like tall buildings as the chemicals, they take us higher. The night's young and it's just begun as she puts her hand in mine. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be two hearts running wild. Now the morning is the afternoon. We lay awake in bed. The laughs so loud as the hours pass. We're gonna do it all again. We wanna chase the night, wanna dance to the light, pull the stars from the sky, just two hearts running wild. Never sleep, never stop, as we shout from the top. We're gonna be, we're gonna be two hearts running wild. The moonlight, summer sky, it was the best we ever had. And we'll stay on forever.
We're done. I get in a really good mood from watching these. Definitely do. I am back. Thank you for those that stayed on, even though we had a short potty break and pick up some new tea break. I made new tea. It's full, it's heavy, it's good, full of tea. I went with the Pickwick Fruit Infusion Orange, and that will be the tab. So that's where we are at. I'm about to start a new round, which technically needs to be the last round, and then we'll weigh. And then I'll tell you how much this round has been and how many more rounds I think we can do. If we can do, we can definitely do another repeat. I'm quite sure of that. The question is, can we do 2 times 4 rows repeat once done? We will have to see. The tea right now is though too warm for me to drink from it. So what I am doing is I'm opening the container ever so slightly to kind of help it cool off a bit, because else it's going to be boiling hot for a bit. So yes, that's what I did. Let's see, we are do 3 for a double crochet, make 1 because I need to do a chain, and then work in a double crochet in the following stitch, chain 1, work in a double crochet, and that is basically the row. Chain 1, double crochet, times 10, but you don't do single chains between the fans. So, and then we will see how much yarn I have left. The goal is, if I keep it so long, I'm not sure, because I do have to admit, I do find myself having a light ever so headache slowly building up, which is plausible due to it being a long day. And I definitely want to sleep out tomorrow. So there, I forgot my chain. Not sure if I'll reach it today. We will see. But when I'm done with that, that's definitely going to be the end of today's crocheting. I think that's pretty accurate, at least. Somehow I almost have the feeling that I have more light now. I did, though, turn on the light in the kitchen to kind of help me. Having a little ever slightly so lighter here. Yeah. If you're lurking and you aren't subscribed yet, please do subscribe. Then you can chat with us. And we can get good yarny ideas together and whatnot. How did I do this? I worked in a down double crochet. Okay, I'll frog. Luckily, I only need to go back a row and 14 stitches. Not a row, not a full row. Like 10 double crochets and then another 14 stitches. So that was close to the end. That was disappointing. How could I make such stupid mistake? I guess I was so focused on it was almost break time. But that's okay. We will just redo it. Hopefully that is the only mistake, because if that's the case, that is the only time I needed to frog this project. I really shouldn't need to frog various shawls because I can do them in my head. But that doesn't mean that sometimes you make these silly mistakes when you're looking at them and you'll be like, how could I do that? I'm sure I'm not the only one having it like that. Right? Like, sometimes it's the simplest mistakes that makes everything look funky and weird. This, on the other hand, is not too bad. But I am not guaranteeing that I can keep full until this full row is complete. I will try. But if I stop before, then it's because we have been streaming for 3 hours. I had a full work day. And I have a headache building. So I may have to end it soon. Because I'd like to probably then rest. But we will see, because I had the idea of doing it. We will have to see what everything says. One more stitch and we can start the new row. So recreated what I had to frog and starting back on. How long I stay is also kind of depends on how chatty you guys are. The more chatty we are, the easier time I have to, I guess, I wouldn't say stay awake, but multitask, doing more things together. There appears to be some limit on how long you can stream on YouTube, but I wasn't planning on making a marathon until in the middle of the night because there maybe I could have done that like Saturday and Sunday, but I have an appointment Sunday, and because I have an appointment, I'm not willing to try it out because I do need to be at the appointment on time. So I'm actually not that willing to try out to see if I could do it. But theoretically, I could maybe do a bit later than I normally would. Because I am home alone. I don't know. I might pop on tomorrow evening. I might not. So yeah, if you do not have notifications turned on for my channel, then I would suggest you do, because then you do get notified if I will make a pop-up live. Fridays is not usually a day I go live, with a few exceptions to being home alone, not having plans, other events taking place, stuff like that. Because normally it's training evening, I go to the club, which I could have done today, but then we are at this issue with me and my feet, which does that I'm currently not enjoying it that much, so I need to get that settled first. But we have a plan, so that's a good thing. I have a plan with the doctors. We're going to try out, and then we'll see if it improves. And if it doesn't, then they can get to think again. So it is important that I do my exercises daily. Knowing how fast this is going, not sure. Maybe I'll try my best to hold out and make it. It also kind of depends on you guys. What I want to do one day, I was thinking of, it could be a really good idea to somehow get a camera that like sit somewhere in this height and then like shuts down so you can actually see what I'm doing. But that is for future me, because for point one, I would need an extra camera. And then I would also need some sort of setup it could sit on, because it wouldn't be cool if whatever is and then it's in front of me. That wouldn't be too interesting to look at either. It kind of defeats the purpose. But then I could maybe, I don't know, get a different angle of my head or something like that. Thoughts and process, at least. Thoughts and process. So right now what I am doing is basically just double crochet, chain one, double crochet, chain one. And then at the very end of the fans, I just jump to the next double crochet, so I don't chain one in between. Of course, I then need to remember to chain one when I explain it. But that's okay, because I catch it now. This would be really bad if I caught it the following round, because then I would have to flock almost a full round. Then, my friends, I would be crying, because that would be a lot of frogging. I would definitely be crying if I had to frog a whole row at this stage. We're not that many left, so if there aren't that many hanging out with us, then I could consider as well ending the stream or ending the live. It's a bit up to you guys if you want me to stay around, or if you're good with us ending it eventually. I don't know how many is left after the pee break, because you're all silent right now, so you might just be lurking from the yarn basket. I should have this fancy music for you for those in the yarn basket, but I am happy for whoever just sit in the background, having me on, listening to me rambling along. Yeah, because that's what I'm doing right now, right? Like, I'm just looking at my project, looking a little bit at you. I'm trying to at least once in a while. Going back down, looking at my yarn, crocheting the last round. Well, not the last round, but at least the last repeating row, so I can weigh my yarn and find out how many more rows I can do. But I'm just not so sure if I make that today, because I do feel slightly ever so tired. I wonder what the poll is saying. We should give it a look quickly. We are still at 25 votes, so 52% to Thoughts of Ireland. Oh, it's changing. No, it's changing. It's jumping back around. Oh my goodness. I wonder what it's gonna be. 52% Thoughts of Ireland, 28% Spearmint Punch Show, and 20% Sweet Caress is the current stand. So it's probably going to be the Thoughts of Ireland we're going to be starting on. Tammy says, when I discover a little oops in my project, I sometimes leave it. That's an authentic homemade project. Grandkids especially don't care. That's very valid. That's very valid. And so I'm not religious, but I do believe the Amish people say that imperfections are supposed to be there because only God makes things perfect. Charlie's still here. Her son came home from work and they were chatting, which is cool. I hope you had a great day at work. Work is such a tedious thing. We also have to do it to pay our bills, or we have done it in the past. I'm still so curious as to what I'll be doing. So what I do know, for what I know, is that the next 4 months I'll keep my job and then I'll be let go. And then the options we have for me right now is that what I know for certain is I will not work with the company I'm currently working for after 31st of October. Then we will make a redundancy package and severance pay and terms for me departing and so on, because they don't have a new function for me within the company, so they have to let me go, and they inform the government, which means that I'm entitled to unemployment pay for, I think it's 3 months, as long as I, of course, keep applying for new jobs. I need to do one application like a week or something like that. I need to have some meetings, blah blah blah. But so either I'll be 3 months on unemployment pay if I can't find a job, or I find the perfect job and I get a new job. Um, but I will have to say that I'm a little bit when it comes to jobs, I know what I want. So if that particular job isn't there when I start looking, well then I'll have a few months on employment pay and I'll be fine, right? Like um I would have time to crochet. I would have time to maybe design some stuff. Definitely time to do content. I have lots of ideas in my mind right now as to what I want to do. Um, but time is my enemy. Time is my enemy. So Charlie said her son had a good day at work, planning getting ready for golf day with only work management tomorrow. He's a supervisor. Well, that sounds nice though. So he can get some him time, so to say, some off time tomorrow. That's usually well deserved. Crochet is a little bit my off time management as well. I have a few small games I play from time to time, but generally, crochet is something that I enjoy as well. I'm realizing, like, talking about my life, yeah, I'm fine with it to some extent, but I'd probably not answer all questions because obviously, and again, we are on the internet. So there are some things that's just for me. So yeah, I don't know exactly how it's gonna be, but we will see. I know a bit more, I guess, in a couple of weeks. But now at least I know the end date, so that's kind of nice. I'm at least guaranteed another 4 months of payment on salary. So a few excuses to buy yarn. Woohoo! Not sure if that works like that. Yes, it's always good to socialize and have fun. That's a thing I've realized. So before I worked for my current job and current project, I was self-employed. doing translations, communications, and so on. For those that's unaware, I speak 4 languages, whereof 3 definitely fluent. I speak fluent Danish, I speak fluent English, I speak fluent Dutch, and I speak German. Then I also understand Swedish and Norwegian, but that's more due to being Scandinavian languages. And yeah, that's I guess it. And I got into working for not for myself. So I did not make a fortune when I was self-employed, but I really enjoyed the flexibility of time I had. And then when I started working, I wanted to see if I wanted to get out working for a company. And during COVID time, there was this opportunity to start work with some customer support. And I did so, and it was okay. The only thing I didn't like at the time was the working hours, but um, I knew it was like a temp contract, 2 months. Do I want to do it? And stuff like that. And then this job actually came up towards the end of that project. And it had much better working hours compared to my private life. So I ended up doing it, and that's kind of how I got into it. It's nice to have colleagues, even though that I socialize with them on the internet because I work from home. Um, but yeah, that's a little bit different compared to only working for yourself. But I did enjoy the flexibility I have. Though YouTube is probably not the avenue where I should expect to make a fortune, because I see what is right now. Of course, you would need to put more effort into it, but that's probably not where it lays. But it's a nice support, especially for the time that is to come if I do not find a job. That's probably how we should look at it. And I would probably end up selling some makes. And then we will see. Because I can't keep everything I make, and I can't give everything away either, because eventually everybody has gotten things so many times that they're looking at you being like, hey, why, what? hmm Yeah, we are getting closer, but we still have quite a way to the center. I'm like a quarter, which means this is gonna be a midnighter if I am gonna hold through. Definitely have another 45 minutes to go. Can I talk another 45 minutes? Maybe, maybe. And then it's more fun to find projects and things that I want. Regarding the unemployment pay, you will need to like have meetings, because apparently you're also allowed to write business plans. And my partner has a business as well, not enough to employ me, but he needs a few things done, which I probably would help him with doing, because if he makes more money, he can better support me in the case that I don't find the right job. And he's good guy. He's always told me that if I don't want to do the job, then I don't need to get a job to have a job, or just to have it, so to say. I need to find something that I actually also enjoy doing. And the job I currently have, I have enjoyed doing. I don't enjoy it as much as I used to. But that's not so much due to the work, but more to some changes here and there. And I'm kind of looking forward for something else at least. So yeah, so it's kind of okay. I'm at terms with it coming to an end. I'm not like for crying out loud, being desperate and so on. I definitely have options for me. So Charlie says you injured your groin and right skate rack recently, so you're in the recliner with a heating pad. I'll keep hanging out. Oh, that's nice of you. Just need to write for me once in a while so I know that you're still there. And then we will see if I can hold out for another 45 minutes or if my body decides to crash before then. One thing I do know is that once I go to bed and fall asleep, I will sleep like an angel or a stone or whatever you want to call it. I will be gone. Like, really, sleep tight. In the beginning, I wasn't sure if I was going to go live today. And then I decided, due to changes in tomorrow's schedule, that today was actually a good day. But I said I might pop on tomorrow as well, but I do not give guarantees for it. Right hip back. That sounds nasty. Oh, we still have votes popping up and down for Thoughts of Ireland, Spearmint Poncho, Jing Jing Jing. We cannot choose. It is tough, isn't it? They still look good. Let me know if you want to see them again, though. Until then, I'll just keep poking on my double crochet, chain one, double crochet, chain one, double crochet, chain one. I do feel I'm repeating myself, but that's all right. Late night, early morning. Well, that was mine yesterday. I went at least 45 minutes later to bed than planned. And then I went up, well, I were awake, but I still decided to sleep over afterwards for like 25 minutes and being like, oh my goodness, I should have been in shower already. I still feel broken and wrecked. And I did have 40 minutes of overtime at work. That probably didn't help either. Which makes me really happy that I first set the time here for 8 p.m. because then I had time to get dinner and everything settled and find my drops yarn with my box. So far, we are definitely looking at the Thoughts of Ireland shawl. It's, we need to have a few more people coming in to help change the mind, if that's going to change that for sure. So that's probably where we will be at, that I will be doing the Thoughts of Ireland shawl, which is cool. It looks gorgeous. And even better, it is soft because it's alpaca. 100% lovely alpaca. I think it's a gorgeous yarn. This heathered green. It's really, and it feels so nice. Like, that's going to be awesome for sure. And it's lacy. It's lacy as well. Charlie said she started watching the next season of a Netflix show, knowing it was too late because I would probably watch every episode, and I did. Yes, that sounds like me. I am a horrible binge watcher when I start. Right now, I am watching House, which is like old and long gone. But I'm just watching it because I'm enjoying it. I'm at season 5 or something like that. And crochet and watch, crochet and watch, crochet and watch. So yeah, I can Bing watch too. Definitely. Definitely. That's a challenge with really good shows. What have we seen recently? Bridgerton, of course, when it's Netflix. I watched the whole Suits on Netflix as well. I binged that one last spring. The Witcher, definitely if you're into fantasy, The Witcher. Or if you have a Prime subscription, Amazon Prime, then Good Omens is warmly recommended, especially if you love a good English humor. Then I can actually recommend Good Omens. That is on Amazon Prime. Charlie says she binge watched 19 seasons of Grey's Anatomy over a couple of weeks. That's crazy. So I can't do that over a couple of weeks because I am limited to, well, at least work for a bit more. The next 4 months, I can't binge during weekdays because of work. But after, especially if I only have time to crochet and need to look for a job, I can binge watch a bit. At least when I'm not trying to record something for crochet. Which again depends on what I'll be making. But I have the opportunities to binge watch some stuff. But yeah, Good Omens is a really, really nice one. If you haven't watched that one on Amazon Prime, very nice. Yes, they made a season 2 of Good Omens. There is a season 2. The Witcher's amazing if you are into the fantasy. What I wanna say is season 1 of The Witcher is yeah, because we're having like what, 2 seasons now? 3? I'm in doubt if they had the 3rd and they're working on the 4th. That's embarrassing. I should know better. So actually I'm just gonna check because now I'm in doubt. But The Witcher is nice if you're into fantasy. I think at least that's my entry point. The Witcher has 3 seasons. Yeah. Season 1 of The Witcher is every episode is like a little story, and eventually you can like combine them together, but you need to look at them a little bit separate and a little bit combined. Like you need to think about the characters, the main characters, as something that eventually gets combined as a whole. But the individual stories of what the Witcher is doing, they are a little bit individual for season 1. So the first couple of episodes can seem slightly so ever confusing. But it does give you an idea of what The Witcher does, and it gives you a good representation of the characters. And then thereafter, it is more chronologically for season 2 and 3, and that's more like the story in a chronological order. But the first season, I don't have the feeling that the episode is 100% played in a chronological order, but you can watch them independently. So, I can warmly recommend The Witcher. It's good. There are people who say that The Witcher is not the same or going to be the same when Henry Cavill has left. I say we'll have to see because they are recording a new one, right? They're recording the newest episode or editing right now. I don't know how far they are, but we will have to see how that works out. But the first 3 seasons was with Henry Cavill, and I think he did a good job. Apparently, he was conflicting because he was going to star in Superman, and then apparently he didn't, or something like that, and then he lost both ones. Charlie is a night owl, basically retired on disability with 1-year-old puppy, so evenings are crochet and TV tight late nights. Yeah, I'd imagine. I'm trying not to do the disability part. I do have a challenge, which is the fact that I do have an autoimmune disease. I don't advertise with it too much. And that affects my energy levels from time to time as well. And we have Stage says she's hooked on Korean dramas. Like, yes, they have really made some really nice movies as well, right? And Squid Game was definitely not bad either. They actually made like a real life Squid Game with participants across the globe. People wouldn't die, but they would still like play the game as if they would. So they would like get quote unquote eliminated from the game, removed. Um, that wasn't too bad either, actually. Um, Watching both on Netflix. Quite welcome, Charlie. As said, the first season just like see them a bit as a loose stories, but do remember the characteristics. Maybe slightly chronological, maybe not, but it doesn't feel like it, or it didn't feel for me in the beginning at least. Whereas season 2 and 3 gives much more sense as it goes on. Actually, I think towards the last couple of episodes in season 1 it gets better, but I think it's nice. Um, I don't know if they're all dramas. Except for the Squid Game, we also have oh, what was that one named? It was um like a Parasite. Parasite. That was the name. That was also a good one. Croatian, not Croatian, Korean. Parasite. That was great too. Um, yep, Parasite. I assume you watched that one already, Stage. Like, I'd be surprised if you haven't. I don't know if that's found on Netflix too, or if we downloaded it from somewhere. I really don't remember. It's a long time ago that I watched it. Yeah, it's on Netflix. Oh no, it's maybe not the one I think of because that's a series. Yeah, it is. It's a series. Yeah. Parasite. That sounds like the one I think of. Maybe not. That looks gnarly. Parasite coming to Earth to infect people to eat them. But it's a Korean sci-fi action. Did I watch this? I might have with my partner, but oh, that sounds. Hmm. It's definitely something he might not mind watching because that's a little bit horror minded. Um, but yeah. Another one that I do enjoy or have enjoyed watching. When we are a little bit into the fantasy and we go back to um Amazon Prime, um, is The Ring of Power. New season coming out in September. End of August, begin September. And that is a little bit like Lord of the Rings. Prequel to all the Lord of the Rings because it's more like from the time before time. Um, but yeah, Lord of the Rings. So that's Rings of Power, which is an Amazon original series. Again, Amazon Prime. And oh, what's that named? I really should know the name of that one. Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time. Again, we are back at Amazon Prime. Wheel of Time, amazing. I really like Wheel of Time. Can warmly recommend. 2 seasons out, renewed for third season filming. Wheel of Time. That's for the binge series so far. Yes, Charlie. So the Ring of Power, it's coming back. Season 2 is coming in like 2 months' time. I don't remember if it's 29th of August or if it's like 4th of September. Or... It's just around the end of August, right? They will have season 2 out. So I probably need to rewatch season 1 because I tend to like to do that before doing it. Last summer when The Witcher had season 3 out, I was home alone also, and I binge watched it. Yep, I did. Instantly, I was not working, I was binge watching it. Sage says, no, I haven't. I enjoyed My Demon. My Demon, haven't seen that one. Haven't seen that one. How are you ladies with creamies or something along those lines? Like, do you enjoy creamies? Yes, I get that feeling. But Wheel of Time is a good one. But again, Wheel of Time is fantasy. Mm, that's still warm, and I didn't tighten the lid yet. Just a moment. Ooh, that could have gone horribly wrong. Mm, but still quite warm. Rom-com. Romantic comedies. Yeah. New season of The Ring of Power. Exactly. That's gonna be so nice. Wednesday. If you haven't seen Wednesday on Netflix, yes. That's and I'm not really I'm into a lot. Like I'll do action, I'll do creamy, I'll do thriller, depends. Um I'll do war, I'll do fantasy, I'll do historic, but horror is not my thing. I'm not really good in horror. Um So I tend not to watch horror movies. I do admit that. Nope, nope, nope. No horror for me. I don't do that. Um, but Wednesday is a nice one. Outlander is also nice. If you haven't watched Outlander, you can stream it on Netflix usually. That's also one recommendation. Outlander. That's historical. I like it. Psychological thrillers. Yeah. Depends. I'll do The Sixth Sense, which is not that bad. But there are some movies where I'll really being like, no, I don't like it. But yeah, Outlander is awesome as well. I see that the new season is finally up on Netflix, so I should probably go binge watch that one next. Not sure if I'll reach that this weekend. A few things I do need to get done. Few things scheduled to do. Like to record a couple of videos with ice yarns. And outside of suits, the also have what was named? The Queen's Gambit is nice too. That's like a six or eight episodes mini series. Actually, they're making a number 2 right now. They are kind of recording or being ready for launch or something like that. But the Queen's Gambit is actually quite nice too. That's a nice little series for those curious. That's on Netflix. Just seeing what we else can pop into. Kind of going through the self. Well, I will just have to sit down and go through it, I guess. But, yeah, The Crown isn't too bad either. Oh, yes. The what is it named? The Last Kingdom? Something like that? That's also Netflix. That's historical. With like how the Kingdom of England came to be and stuff like that. I think that's Netflix too, if I remember right. Yeah, The Last Kingdom. That's Netflix too. That's okay, actually. That's also not too bad. Definitely not too bad series either. Can recommend as well. Again, it kind of also depends on what you enjoy watching. But psychological thrillers and horrors series, it's not something you need to ask me for advice for because I would be saying no idea. Yes, Outlander is amazing. I really love it. And the thing is, they did the cast so amazingly good, right? Like, there is really chemistry between the main characters. So I think that's pretty awesome. Charlie said, "Watch The Crown until the whole Lady Di season made me sad and uncomfortable." Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, mad respect, by the way, that she stuck onto the throne for so long. Like, that was impressive. When Queen Marguerite of Denmark retired, I think she was also the longest reigning monarch in Danish history. Maybe? She retired, so she abdicated on January 14, which is the same day that she started reigning in 1972 after her father's passing. But she decided to abdicate to allow her son to be king. I think it's nice, like she wants to step back and be less present. I actually want to know if she is the one that had the longest reign. She might have. For Denmark, that is. I still think Victoria is the one that holds the longest of all, if I don't remember wrong. But she did reign 52 years, basically. Fun fact, the Queen Margrethe of Denmark, who's still queen because she's still alive, but she's abdicated. She's technically number 220 in the row to be Queen of the UK, which is not never ever gonna happen. But I'm not sure if she actually because she did rain for quite some time, right? But I'm not sure if that's longest raining. Won't take too much time to find. But. Let's see here. Charlie says what she watches depends on mood and the time of the day. Sometimes high energy, sometimes I need something to sink my teeth into. Definitely. Remember seeing that and it's good for her. Yes, I think it's wonderful. And what I can say, Stash, thank you so much. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this one, that one is for you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I will put it towards my yarn stash fund. Let's see. What's the next stitch? I'll keep sharing, but eventually I will run out of good suggestions. So if you do have suggestions for a series I might not have watched, feel free, because in 4 months' time, I might have too much time to watch series. So yes, do please share when it comes to that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, agreed. I don't know why Queen Elizabeth didn't consider retiring. Maybe she should have. But at the same time, I think she was so grown into the task because, you know, Queen Elizabeth was already queen. Well, she wasn't that old. But, like, you know, she started early on, right? And she was queen for many years. Was it 1952, I think she started her reign, which is like 20 years earlier than the Danish queen. And honestly, I think it's a good idea. I remember the first time hearing about a queen abdicating was here in the Netherlands, which is something that's apparently proudly done by the Dutch royals. Um, the the last queen abdicated here in, I think it was like 2013, maybe, to make room for the king. I think he's doing a great job. I think the queen did a great job, so that's not a problem. But I like the fact that they can also retire because, like, you know, your whole life you're going to be king or queen. Of course, you should have room to do retirement. Like, really, people should have retirement, even if you're king or queen or prince or whatever. Like, we are all human beings. We are all just us, right? That's my opinion. Um, and it's their whole life, right? They have always been a spotlight the whole life. Give them a breathing room eventually when they at least get to retire and let them be a bit themselves, even though they can't fully be themselves because they will eventually always be like public. Charlie, again, also thank you so much. And trust me, it's a pleasure to hang out with you ladies, even though we aren't too many right now, but it is a pleasure. So, Charlie, this one is for you. Do, 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 do. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so, so much. Let's see. We are actually getting there. Getting there. Slowly. I still have quite a bit to go, but so it will be after midnight when I'm done with this. But I'm actually so far now that I think I can say safely I will finish this. and weigh up the yarn. Well, I wouldn't finish the shawl itself because it's definitely taking me more time to do that. Um, then I won't get to bed anytime soon. But I'm gonna finish this row and then we'll weigh up the yarn and then we'll see what else. Chit chats. What else can we suggest of TV series? If you want to watch, I wouldn't call it psychological, but it's a little bit of a thriller. But it is a real story, like it happened in real life. Then, and it's on Netflix if I'm not wrong. Yes. Then you want to watch The Nurse. That's a Scandinavian crimi, and I do believe it is like it's a mini series of I think it's 6 episodes or something like that. No, 4 episodes. 4 episodes. That's it. But yeah, that is a little nice, sweet mini series of I think it's like 40 to 45 minutes per episode. So let's say it's a 3 hours mini series. Yes. That is a true event story on something that happened on a hospital in Denmark. Of course, a slight bit fiction, but generally a true story. True story. The only discussion was once this was actually recorded and released. The discussion were in Denmark if the story had been recorded too soon after the actual events, but the events happened in real. And I do believe there is something about that in the end notes once, like after the end of the last series. But I'll recommend it. Is a crimi, slightly bit thriller crimi. There are moments where you're a little bit like, oh, what's happening next? But it's not like horror. I can recommend it. The Nurse, Netflix. Stage finds a royalty should have some sort of age limit to allow them to enjoy retirement. I'm not sure if an age limit would work because in the end it's the monarch's choice themselves. But I think that we, as regular humans or whatever you want to call us, should respect if they want to retire. Definitely. Like, I wouldn't expect them to hang around forever. Um, there are stories of kings in Europe that have retired with success, like the Spanish king. I'm quite sure if he didn't abdicate and let his son take over, that there had been no Spanish monarchy anymore because the former king was so unpopular amongst his people. It was like crazy. Exactly, at least a choice. Definitely. I think they should have the freedom and liberty to um yeah, to be able to just put the feet up and do nothing. If that's what they want to do, of course. If they still want to do things for the society, I think that's a good thing too. Um, Lots of people is discussing like if the monarchies are worth it, but people also underestimate the amount of publicity they actually do for your country. Not saying it's a monarchy. Which network? You mean for the nurse? That's on Netflix. The Nurse is on Netflix, and it's important to say it's called The Nurse. I do believe they also have one that's The Good Nurse, and that might actually be a real story about stuff that happened in America. Uh, yeah, that's also true crime. I think that's in America. What happened in America? And that's a movie of like 2 hours. The Good Nurse. Um, but The Nurse is a Danish miniseries. So they talk Danish, but they do have subtitles for, let's say, English. If you're into period dramas and you do watch Netflix, Bridgerton is definitely also a winner for many. And Queen Charlotte, which is a spin-off of Bridgerton. They also have spin-offs for, I do believe, The Witcher, maybe? Or was that? No, they have a spin-off for Wheel of Time, I thought. Yes, Google shows it on Netflix as The Nurse. Yes. There is also on Netflix a movie called The Good Nurse. That's a 2 hour movie. But The Nurse, which is a mini TV series, it's a 4 episode TV series of like 40 to 45 minutes each. So that's about 3 hours of watch time, roughly, from start to finish. I remember we put on the first, like, I watched it with my partner. And it was like a series where I definitely could not crochet to it because I was just hooked from the show. I'm not sure if I was crocheting that much when we watched it. Yeah, maybe we were, but I wasn't in the mood to crochet when we did watch it. We started watching it maybe like somewhere between 10 and 11 in the evening, and we binge watched it all the way to the end and went to bed. Like we took one episode and we're like, yeah, let's do one more, and then we're like, oh, we're halfway, let's just finish it. Which is also what's always what happens. And then what you also get with Netflix is they measure your watch time and what you watch, and the same as YouTube basically. It's all these quotas and analytics. And what they want is for you to stay hooked as long as possible, um, watching, because that means it's good content. That's kind of how they measure and rate it. Um, and of course, if you want to stay watching, you will keep your subscription. Is basically how they earn their money, right? So, but I'm down. So we are getting closer to the end. But it's midnight and 4 minutes, so that's why I'm saying I won't make it before midnight. But I'll probably be like quarter past, maybe. Maybe. But yeah, the nurse is a nice one. Might have something else, but I would have to think. Oh, we have some light going out here and there. It's because it's getting closer to. We have some automatic lights in the living room. I will have to check what that series is made. We have also one that was. I don't know if you can actually watch it on Netflix. I will have to check. Nope. Nope. Not here at least. Maybe Prime has it? I don't know. I will check. Because that would be kind of cool if they did. But I don't see it popping up right now. Which means that they probably don't have it. Which is a shame. It's just more videos. That's a Crimmy, which is actually not too bad. Apple TV seems to maybe have it. Traveling page outside the United States. Video available outside of the United States varies. Sign in to see all videos available to you. Okay. You might be able to find it then. It's named Follow the Money, and they made a couple of seasons for it on also on Amazon Prime. But it says this video is currently unavailable. That would be for me here in the Netherlands at least, but I don't know if it could be available to you. Follow the Money. Do not know where else you could probably stream it. But that's actually not a bad series either. That's about corrupt business and police and murders and stuff like that. And I couldn't find it on Netflix, so you need some kind of streaming channel for it. Oh yeah, the old Unsolved Mysteries. Like, is that similar to what they have on the Discovery? Because during weekends we tend to have that just running in the background on like Saturdays. Sometimes there are some interesting in between, definitely. We had another one. I was on Netflix. That was an Icelandic crimi. That wasn't too bad either. I think it was on Netflix. I just don't remember the name of it. I will have to look up that for another good time. Because I keep chit-chatting and I never get done with this. If we feel like talking more serious when I'm done with this, we will do that. But I'm not going to look up stuff I can't remember out of my head before I'm done with what I have left. And ladies, thank you for still hanging out with me. We are definitely the last one standing. Last one standing today. I've been at it for 4 hours. I think this is, to date, my longest stream. Not sure if I could permanently do 4-hour streams. I'd probably go nuts. Because that is a lot of chit-chatting to keep going on. Unsolved Mysteries was a TV program in the late 80s, early 90s. UFOs, Bigfoot, missing people. Oh, yeah. Okay. Honestly, I had a period where I enjoyed just watching this classic Discovery program named How It's Made. Because sometimes there was some really, I sometimes found it quite fascinating to learn how specific things were made. That's definitely a program that I to some extent enjoyed watching. Yeah, it happens. Yes, we have been here for like 4 hours. To be more exact, we have been here for 4 hours and 3 minutes according to my streaming software, which is very close to true. It could be that it's more like 4 hours and 2.5, because there's always a few buttons I need to press before, and the streaming software starts a little bit earlier than the rest. But my streaming software says like 4 hours 4 minutes, for probably no, like 4 hours 5. Yes. Yeah, true. Now some of them are on YouTube, and sometimes you can still pop in on them on Discovery if you are lucky, on a random moment in the middle of the day when they don't know what else to watch. My ass is getting numb too. My fingers are getting numb. My shoulders is getting slightly numb. I can feel that I'm not used to wearing a headset. And I'm been looking down a lot, which I can feel on my neck, especially because I've had a long day also at work. So I'm slowly getting to the stage where I feel I need like a body break. And that's probably a break as in I need to sleep break. So, but that's all right. I'm gonna finish up this. I'm gonna weigh the yarn, telling you how much I've used for whatever repeat we are. I will need to count the amount of rows of full row repeats I've already done though, if that will give you any idea. And it is this Dendy candy cake that I'm using. I haven't gotten up much. I don't know if you noticed. I only got up for my 5-minute break. No wonder that I feel wrecked. Stage says Twilight Zone marathons. I'm whacking on the couch or bed for 24 hours at least, and I'm not ashamed to take PTO date for the event. Yes. Oh, PTO. Yeah. So I have overtime, and I agreed with my boss I can take that as PTO instead of just getting it paid. Because when I get my overtime paid out, yes, I do make a bit more money because it's overtime, like 50% more salary. Like, so just for easy math, let's say I earn 10 euros an hour, it's more, but just let's say I earn 10 euros an hour, then for my overtime, I get 15, right? Easy math. But for my regular hourly salary, I pay a quite low tax rate because that's based on your yearly salary. But if you exceed the regular salary that you get, which is some sort of a bracket, any overtime you do, you pay full tax off, which is like 41%, somewhere in between. Like I can find the exact numbers if you're curious, but it might be 40 point some odd, almost 41%. So of the 15 euros, I only have like 8 euros something left, where from my normal regular working hours, I probably have closer to 9 some odd euros left, right? So therefore, my conclusion is I have more left from my overtime hours if I just get them out time for time, and then I can have a day less of work. So that's how I calculated it. So that's basically how I'm doing it. Because hey, my time I think is worth more than giving all the money to the government as extra tax just because of its overtime. I'm not bothering my boss for if I did 10 minutes of overtime in a week, I'll let it paid out because 10 minutes is not really going to be the biggest drop in the bucket. But when I have weeks like this week, I had 45 minutes of overtime. That I'll add towards my overtime bracket because that's closer to an hour, right? Or a couple of weeks ago, I had 4 hours of overtime in a week, like almost 5. Of course, I don't want that paid out. I'll just take that as time off, time for time. So I have almost 2 full days time for time standing, which is basically 2 days. That's not going to cost me PTO, which I get full pay for, but I don't need to clock into work. Awesome. I agreed with my boss that I will use that bucket for my upcoming vacation in August. Go stretch out flat. It does do your body good. Yes, so that is what I will be doing very soon. I have 10, 20, 30, 41 double crochets left, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 chains. In other words, I am very close to be done. I don't even need to chain. Ha! Well, I do need to chain. I do like, how many chains do I do in each? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I lied. I have 40 double crochets and 36 chains, and then I'm done with this row. Ha! Quick math. Hallelujah. Yes, sure. Ooh, wait a moment. My yarn is almost rolling everywhere. This is how much I have left of this 4th row. And this is the yarn I have left. So we will be weighing the yarn in just a few, and I will tell you. I'll need to actually find how many grams I had. That's in the basket over there, so I'll pick up that in a few when we get there. And I will tell you how close we are and how much I will gamble on. You should be able to do. But, we will see in a few. I just need to finish off this. Almost done. Which is awesome. I'm surprised you ladies have kept me company this long. Well, I'm happy you have, by the way. I'm very appreciative of people keeping with company. Hope you haven't been swarmed with advertisements from YouTube. For the monetization part. But honestly, I think YouTube needs to share with me because they will play them in any case, right? So instead of just letting them play and make all the money, I'll take a tiny, tiny cut of it. Which in the end, trust me, it's pennies. It's kind of ridiculous. Don't do YouTube because you think you can earn a fortune on it, because that is not the case unless you have a lot of followers or subscribers who's also rigorously watching your content. We have 3 left, 3 repeats left now. Why did I start to do YouTube? Because it's a bit like my vlog. I can see how I develop. It was a nice idea. And I like to inspire others. So hopefully I can inspire people. I do enjoy that. I know some people have felt inspired and they have really appreciated me both sharing different yarns for what they're used to seeing, but also inspired to do projects that they might not have thought they could, or just generally being like, oh, that was a good idea as well. I could do that, etc. Still going good here. We have, if I calculated right at least, yeah, I did. We have 20 double crochets to go and 18 chains. Charlie says no ads here. I paid $14 a month for ad-free, no cable TV, just YouTube, Netflix, and Amazon Prime. That makes good sense. Actually, I think you can cover most on those channels in any case. My mom-in-law, she's actually the one that kind of has our Netflix subscription, so we just like pay the secondary household thing. She's an angel. She's after COVID and she got Netflix, she's like, yeah, she's really enjoying Netflix for sure. Can't blame her. She's also watching all sorts of various shows, and we have that. So I'm kind of happy for it, but I also admit we don't always daily watch it. And I think our TV might be via our cable for the internet. We have like fiber network. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. 3 ads is okay in 4 hours time. Well, I guess depending. I don't know if you're working from the beginning stage. But as long as it's not too bad, because then I will have to change settings, obviously. But I think I've had it as like their medium setting, which is should be a balanced viewing experience, is what they claim. Thank you. Almost here, by the way. And yeah, I'll definitely need some more series to start watching if I can't find a new job. Do. Awesome. Well, I'm so happy to hear that, Charlie. Looking forward to hear more about this tank top. Did you follow a pattern or just own design for the tank top? This is, I don't know how many Vero shawls I've made. Maybe, I don't know. It's definitely not my first, not my last. What I wanna do also, I wanna do like I have some black yarn, which is like super soft, and I wanted to make like the skulls or souls, um, lost soul shawl or something like that, with that yarn because I think it could be gorgeous. But that's definitely not tutorial friendly or anything like that. Also, I can't make tutorials from paid patterns because that is rude against the creator unless the creator tells me that it's alright to do so. But most obviously don't, because you can access it on YouTube for free if it's a pattern. And the last chain, and I now need to find the stitch here. There we go. The very last double crochet. We are done with the fourth row repeat. Yay! Done. We got all the way to the end. Ah, yeah, the dragon scale gloves, and then thought you wanted a tank top for summer. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. I get that. Makes good sense. Feel free to, like, once you're done with this top, I'll be happy to get an email seeing how that top is looking because I'm curious. So, to finished the round. So, what am I to do next? I am to first make sure there's enough room for the weigh scale in front of me so I can weigh my yarn and find whichever it was. Don't I have a pen somewhere? I do. I do. Okay, last time I weighed this yarn, it's not very visible for you guys, but it says 85 grams, which is actually more than I thought it was because it's like 280 grams from the beginning, which means that I probably have more repeats than I thought I would have. But trust me, from experience, that says nothing because we are now at a stage where every round takes ever so much more yarn. I need to put this one to grams. We are at 0. What I am doing now is I am taking this yarn, which I have left on the cake, and I'm putting that on the weigh scale, and we will see how much I have left. 57 grams. Which means that I spent 28. Would that be it? That sounds so wrong. I'll just grab a calculator because apparently I'm too tired to do this in my head right now. 85 negative 57 is, yeah, 28. I had not thought I'd gotten that correct because I'm so tired. Okay, so that's 28. And 57 divided by 2 is 28.5. Nope, there's no more 8s. There's no 2 times 4 row repeats. That won't cut it. There is though enough yarn to do another 4 repeats. So like 4 repeats, 4 rows. So 1 repeat of the 4 rows. There's enough yarn to do that, but there is not enough yarn to do 2 times 4 rows because 28 grams times 2 is 56, sorry. And that's 1 gram over. And I know for sure that the next row will take a couple of extra grams, which will then mean that I will probably have enough to complete 3 rows maybe, but not 4. And it doesn't look nice missing a row of the repeats. So I will do another full row of repeats and then this shawl is done. Hey, Randy, welcome to the live. Very nice to see you here. And I hope the explanation for the weight scale seems logic for you guys. Thank you, Charlie. Feel free to email me at my email. But yeah, so I need to do another, which I'm definitely not gonna do today because then I will like get to bed at maybe 2 or something like that, maybe even later. I don't have the brains for doing it because it's been too long day already. But we are going to do another repeating row of this and then we are done. So what I think is that this baby is probably gonna be finished next week's Yarn Talk video if everything goes all right. Maybe, probably, not 100% guaranteed, because it depends on how my week is going along next week. How many rows did I do in total? Just for curiosity, give me a moment. So we have the starting row, and then I've done, calculating away from the starting row, after this first starting row, which I'm really not counting, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have done 15 row for pleats plus the starting line once done. I'm pretty happy with that. And then I need some blocking, but I don't think I'll make all that before next week, Friday. That's not logic, because I will also need to do the blocking. And what I do need to do also this weekend, what I want to do is I want to block the Darjeeling tea shawl, which is absolutely freaking gorgeous. I have it laying right here actually, so let me find it for you guys because I know some of you adore it. I still have it in my box. I still need to block it. I'm probably gonna do that tomorrow at some stage. I think tomorrow is gonna be when I'm gonna do the blocking of this. But the blocking of this is, once blocked, it's gonna be even more gorgeous. But here we have it in all its glory. This is so much different than a Irish shawl, but it's actually not that difficult to do. It's reasonably straightforward. So while it looks intricate and intimidating, I can tell you it's not as intimidating as it looks. Once you're doing it, that is. What you do need to do when you work on the die healing is you do need to make sure that you don't like skip stitches and so on, because that will require you to eventually frock something. Because if you're missing a stitch because you skip it, or if you do an extra stitch, then it's not going to work up. But that's the only thing you need to keep in track. Randy, I was just working on my Varus shawl, which I agreed with the lovely ladies. I've been here for like 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm pretty roast. I've been working for 8 hours and 40 minutes before I started the stream for my boss. And I was finishing the last few rows of this. Plus, I did 1.5 rows on my Firefly sweater, which is something I normally do on my morning lives. Charlie says on her Virus shawl she fudged and put a shelf type border. That maybe that could be an option too. Some kind of border on it. Could also just do like a full double crochet border. Maybe. I'll think. Maybe I'll figure out something. It depends on how much yarn I have left after the 4 repeats. So I'm gonna do the 4 repeats and I'll see how much yarn I have left. I think that's the best plan right now. Randy is crocheting on a giant blanket. Wonderful. Specific pattern, or are you doing mosaic, or is it more like a granny square blanket, or what type of blanket are you crocheting on? Oh, my tea is almost drinkable. And I apologize for any noises because apparently my tummy says that I'm hungry, which is quite odd because it is past midnight and I should be wonderfully asleep. We have some change in the vote status, but not a big change. I am still going to be making the Thoughts of Ireland shawl because we are getting closer towards the end of this stream. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna end the poll here because it started 4 hours kind of ish ago, and I don't think it's gonna change too much. So I think it's a nice one though. What I want to do is actually I do want to sort of can I get that somehow? I can. I want to get the notes down before closing it. If it allows me to do so. Seems to do. Oh, okay. Can I get a save as? Because now they save it at odd locations. Oh yeah, it seems to be saved correctly. Okay, cool. At least I think so. No, it doesn't. That's different. Oh, okay, it should be somewhere. Cool. Let's close down this poll. Ta-ta! We have a winner. And the winner is the Thoughts of Ireland, which has 13 of 26 votes. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Why is this not behaving? No, I don't need that. Here I have it. This is the one I need. Thoughts of Ireland, 50%. 26 votes, that's 13 that voted for them. Spearmint Pancho was the second runner-up with 30% and 19% for the Sweet Caress Cow. Therefore, what I am going to start on for the next drops pattern is the Thoughts of Ireland, which I'm just trying to see if I can get on the screen. There we are. Thoughts of Ireland is the one I'm going to make as the next one. And it's made in this absolutely wonderful drops alpaca mix. The cutest alpaca on it. 5 skeins I have. The remaining I have in this lovely bag. Oops, 5 skeins in total. Which should be enough to make that shawl. I haven't studied yet exactly how and so on. But that is homework for the weekend, I guess, because that is my next project. And this yarn, trust me, it feels so soft and nice. 100% alpaca. And it is a super fine yarn. I'm just gonna actually, sorry, I'm just gonna move it out and show you guys how fine this yarn is. because this, my friends, is a really, really fine yarn. It's a fingering weight. Like, it's thinner than your Hobbies Cotton Kings Sultan Deluxe. So it's thin, 100% alpaca, and it feels gorgeous. Yeah, Charlie, I'm sorry, my morning lives are too late for you, which I totally understand, and that's just a risk I have to take. But these days, so I'm trying to figure out to like try to, I wouldn't say do content, but um, the morning lives is just a good time for me to actually go live currently. If I get unemployed, I might change that, but that would be more like your morning time. So the afternoons for me could be a possibility for some days. Everything depending. Yeah, looking forward to working with this. Um, Stage says it's 5:27 p.m. in Mississippi, USA. Yeah, right now it is half an hour past midnight here in the Netherlands, so Central Europe. And I'm about a bit more than an hour's drive from Amsterdam, for those that's curious. I'm reasonably close to the German border. Stage is kind to say I need my rest, which I really do. It is about time for me to say goodnight and thank you for watching and all that stuff. Um, yeah, I like the green better than the pattern looks. Yeah, I do. I think it's a nice green. I don't know if it reached to focus there. I will have to point back. It's because I can't read everything at the same time. But it's a quite nice green. It's natural green. It has I would call it natural greens. Come on. Camera, focus. Which it's not. I don't know if it would help if I zoomed with it. Give me a moment. We can try to. Please don't shock yourself when you are watching my pretty face becoming really big. Hey, here we go. That's all right. That is pretty close to color, I would say. Maybe. It's this natural green. It's matching my hair pretty well, I would say. Now we need to zoom out because, whew, that was too close. But that's actually a good color for me. I like it. Like it, like it, like it, like it. Really looking forward to make this shawl. Definitely am. And if I like making the shawl, I might even figure out making it in more colors and whatnot. Looking forward to do this one. It's a gorgeous, and it feels so nice. It's so funny, like I can feel obviously it's an animal fiber, but it feels so ever soft. Like, yay. It's gonna be a soft, lacy shawl. Looking forward to make it. Thank you everybody who attended this live and who eventually did a vote here to help me choose my next drops project. Having more projects obviously coming up and everything else I need to prepare for. It was an absolute pleasure hanging out with you today. It's been 4.5 hours, which is definitely my longest stream to date. So we are record breaking. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're rewatching this live right now and if you have made it all the way to the end, or if you just to be kind, put it on your playlist or whatever, thank you ever so very much. I think that is probably what I should say. Yes, you're welcome. Sometimes I just need to remember how my technology works because the camera I'm using is still reasonably new to me, and I can do all funny things with this camera. I have a little remote control actually. And with this remote control, I can do things like I can zoom. You can get my face all the way up big, and you can see my lovely eyes, which is like green yellow-ish. Probably not too bad compared to the screen either. I can zoom all the way out because that was a terrifying watch, wasn't it? Do have some default settings, and what I can also do is I can play with the light. Like I can turn the light up and down, the volume, so I can make myself like really bright and really dark. So like this, I'll go lighter and lighter and lighter, or eventually it's so light that I go from the dark and I'll start increasing light again, which I think is really nice because that kind of helps the environment I'm in, depending on the light. So I totally forgot I could zoom on my camera, which is awesome for this yarn showing. I don't know if I should show the other yarns for the other projects that eventually will be made with an all full zoom up. I could just quickly do that because that might actually display the yarn slightly ever so better. Whoopity, need to find the right corner. This is the alpaca. You know, in the solid colors. And here you can see the difference with the mixed heathered. And this is the solid. That's for the Sweet Caress. And here we also have the Kit Silk from Drops. And that is really like a super, super fine. It's mohair with silk. And oh my god, it's so fine I can't even get a thread out. Jesus. Like this is how fine it is. And you hold it double with this yarn. Woohoo! I need to find the right. There we are. You hold it double for the Sweet Caress. And of course, the last and not least, we have the Drops Muscat Mercerized Cotton, which we have here. And now you can actually maybe even a bit better see the shine it has. It really does have this sort of shine on it. Maybe the best way I can also explain, I do have some in white. And of course now our printer is going totally crazy, so sorry for any background noises. White. But the white is really having a really shine. But the white is like also really white. Like you're not in doubt. It's not a cream white. This is like a really bright, bright. But yeah, it does have a shine. So let's see if I can actually go this one back to default. Yay, that was quicker. Awesome. Then you had an opportunity to see that without me actually popping my face all the way up in the camera. Awesome. So yeah, that's some of the tools that I got to help me do better live streams. Very shiny and very colors. So absolutely, yes, it's very nice with the remote control. There is a few things I can't do without the remote control. There is like, you know, there is a thing where I can sort of turn on and off somehow, like I can put up a clap if I don't want people to actually see what's going on. I think I might have to slide it. Then it goes all black. Yeah, then it goes all black. Woohoo! Then I can slide it back open like this. And then I have like some extra light here that I can adjust depending on needs. I think it's pretty okay actually. I like it. Quality is definitely better than the webcam I had before my phone. So yeah, that's a little bit about the equipment I'm using currently. Could probably be better and more fancy, but it works for me. Yeah, thank you for hanging around. I'm definitely going to close down now because it's way later than anticipated. And my body says it's time to rest. So that is definitely what I will be doing. Thank you ever so much. Yes. What are you saying? Murray-sized. Murray. You're trying to spell it out for me. Mercerized. Mercerized. Isn't that what I said? Mercerized? Mercerized. It's there. It's even how it's spelled. It says like all the way at the very bottom. Of course, that's not going to do it, so we have to zoom again. Gotta love it. Come on. Focus. It's not doing it right now. It should be all the way at the bottom, but it's not. There we have it. Mercerized. Maybe I pronounced it wrong. I'm a human. Sorry. and mercerized. What's it, mercerized? Good. You know what I mean, right? Like mercerized, mercerized, mercerized. That's again a pronunciation thing. Fun fact: I have been so kind to help with my down here with my screen name, with my real name. That's how it's spelled. My first name. It's Stine. So like Christine, no Stine. Yeah. Americans, when they just read it like that, they often call me Stein. Also from UK, Stein. And I'm like, I'm no Stein. Like the German word Stein means stone. I'm not a stone. Um, Another fun fact is then if you type in my name as if you wanted to text me a message using your English autocorrect, it will autocorrect Stine to stone. Fun fact, fun fact, fun fact for those that's not knowing. That was really pretty much the last very few things of this evening. I'm definitely looking forward to start on the Thoughts of Ireland shawl. I will have to start also on the shawl 4 once my Vara shawl is complete, which looks to be probably this week, depending on how things go. So there's so many things to get started on. I need to blog one, and I also still have Lila Magurumi I'm working on, and of course I have my blanket. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna be bored until next week's Yarn Talk video. And depending on things, but I'm not gonna promise, I may or may not pop on live tomorrow. Not sure. Undecided, but it could be. Could be. Yeah, I don't know time either. If I do happen to pop up, then it would be a pop-up. I'm going to wish you all a very nice day. Thank you if you rewatched this live. If you haven't done yet, please do subscribe. It would be absolutely a huge help. Um, yeah, thank you for support. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being with me. I'll see you another time. Take care. Happy crafting and definitely stay healthy.